Hey everyone. Welcome back for the fourth part of What If Naruto Got Wood Style from Orochimaru. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 14, Shadows unto Light Part 4. A 5-star treatment, yet it was apparent, to sleep in this village, they would have to do so with one eye open. The animosity spread like a quick fire. Sasuke's actions on his idea hadn't earned them any favors. Naruto had avoided even going out to the streets to keep himself from laughing at these people. Their reaction was laughable. They were the ones who attacked Konoha, but now that they lost, they started to hate them. Jiraiya's preaching about the circle of hatred was clear in this image. Naruto thought that the Sannin was dreaming too much. A world where people didn't hate each other was just a thing of fantasy. It was in human nature to hate. If you can love, you will hate. Pain caused this much in people. What could be managed was how people reacted in their hatred. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and then back at the streets through the window. He was doing that, but had his eyes closed. Things were normal. But Sasuke was not. The Uchiha was being annoying now that they were done and playing the waiting game. But Naruto wasn't in a hurry. He didn't think Gaara could be saved at this point. Long time has passed since he was taken. "We sure are not popular," he said, smiling. "What do you expect?" Sasuke stood up, walked over to him, hands folded across his chest. "Our actions have resulted in them losing their freedom. They live under fear now." Surprising words coming from you. Never thought you'd put yourself in someone's shoes. "I don't have to do that. I just have to see things as they are." Sasuke shrugged. "But this is something you should be familiar with. After all, it is the same reaction in Konoha. Well, in the past anyway." Naruto laughed. "You just can't run away from certain things. Certainly, there is that parallel. Reasons are different, but the result's in the same. Only difference is that these ones can try to kill you if you blink." "Indeed. We better be careful." Naruto replied in thought. "But really, Suna has no reason to be angry. You cannot attempt to kill someone and then be angry when that person kills you instead. You live by the sword and you die by it. To be a shinobi, you had to be prepared to die, for your village or for those you cared for. People had to be rational in that way. But there was too much of irrationality. People didn't want to accept the consequences of their actions. This was why Sun was going to be ruled by fear and force. They acted, they must live with those actions. Of course, what was happening here was wrong. He would not subject the village to a rule. But this was the shinobi world. Winners wrote history and enjoyed the spoils. The losers wailed and sat in their corners harvesting contempt. Not so long ago, you were saying this was wrong. It listens but does not quite hear. I have a problem with killing innocent people. I have a problem with a needless massacre. You're contradicting yourself. You just said Suna started it. I'm not. Punishment must be appropriate to the crime committed. If you try to kill me and I kill you in defense, that is fair. But if I add to that by then going on to massacre your entire family, that's no longer fair. I know the world isn't fair. It hasn't been fair to me. But I do not function to promote such unfairness. Nor do I take joy in the killing of innocent people." Sasuke was silent for moments before responding. Either way, there are consequences for one's actions. But it is worth to note that Suna was tricked by Orochimaru. He killed the Kazekage because he would no longer go with his plan. You'd say the village is paying for Orochimaru's actions. I hadn't taken that to mind. Must have been so bothered by the odds of wiping out a village. Naruto replied in thoughtful tone. If it was so, then the situation was a little different. Either way, it didn't matter to Danzo. He was making his conquest to conquer the elemental nations known. Suna was just caught in an unfortunate position. What do you think Danzo is going to do with this village? Turn it into a military power. Just for the sake of fighting the battles of Konoha. I assume young ones will be forced into battle. They are going to be tools for Danzo. If the Sandaime doesn't wake up. Sasuke shook his head. It seemed like Danzo had been plotting this all his life. Konoha is already powerful. If it takes over Suna, there will be war. Other villages are not going to stand and we will be responsible. You have an option. You can call all shinobi and then tell them you realize what you did was wrong. Konoha cannot subject you to its will. They are free to select their own cage and you will stay with them. When they say Konoha will come for them, you tell them, Konoha isn't going to do something as suicidal as to travel through the sand to come here when Suna has a sand manipulator and wind users. The desert will be Konoha's coffin. Only Iwa would dare make such a daring attack. That would be treason. It's not like you care either way. You were willing to abandon Konoha for power. This will make you leader of this village. If you're saying that, how long do you plan on playing this game? You're really not going to follow Danzo's orders forever. Naruto smiled. I'd like to say the same thing to you. Moving rashly isn't going to cut it. Besides, Suna needs to be managed. Konoha can't be seen as weak, Sasuke replied with a shrug. So, my friend, how do we plot to kill Danzo? Before Sasuke could reply, someone knocked at the door. Both turned around and Baki walked in. They had appointed the man as leader. He had the power to command things in the village in this time. There are people here to see you, the man said in a flat tone. Who? People from Iwagakure. Why is Iwa here and after so soon? When we realized we lost the war, we sent a message to Iwa knowing its past relationship with Konoha. That was before you came. Sasuke narrowed his eyes dangerously. So those elders chose to fight us because it was just the two of us and thought if they captured us, they could use us as a gift to Iwagakure. Yes. Baki didn't deny it. There was no point in doing so. After all, it seemed like he was needed to get everyone in line. Naruto shook his head at this. This was dangerous. If Iwagakure was here, then trouble had already started. It was bad. A war could break out at any moment now and they would be used as weapons. That damn Danzo and his shenanigans. How had those elders even come to make this decision anyway? They had just given license for the hidden stone to act. Not that it would have needed any justification. And you've already told them everything? Baki was silent for a couple of seconds. He could have chosen not to do so and even hide these people's presence in the village. But he did not. Because he knew Iwa would grow interested, if they weren't already. But he didn't expect Naruto to ask the question. The fact that the blonde had his eyes closed, and emitting a dangerous aura made him think he may have made the wrong decision. Yes. You see what he did, Sasuke? Yes. Iwa wouldn't know anything and if they had stalled and then turned them away, Konoha would have done something to increase its grip and power. The moment we leave, Konoha isn't in control. Iwa can yield to anyone. This was a very smart political move. The Uchiha's eyes turned cold. Let's just kill him and take his head to those of Iwa and tell them to leave, Sasuke said coldly. Naruto smiled. Now, Sasuke. Let us leave this man alone. We must entertain our guests. Naruto was careful not to say anything treasonous in front of Baki in case Konoha managed to get into his head. We will welcome the guests. Where are they? I can bring them here. No. We want somewhere appropriate. I'll make arrangements. Someone will come and fetch you in a couple of moments, Baki said, walking out of the office. What are you playing at, Naruto? If Danzo hears about this quickly, he is likely to either order us to stay here, which I'm not prepared to do. Or he will send shinobi to occupy Suna. It will only fan the flames of war. I wish to delay that a little bit. Just until the Sandaime is awake. We don't need to write a report. We can tell Danzo in person when we get to Konoha. If he questions us, we didn't think we had to send a report. We didn't disobey any order. We did what we were told. You want that man to make some moves around you? And you're banking on whether the Sandaime wakes up. What if he doesn't it? And if Danzo is already at this route, do you think he is going to just give up power? Naruto shrugged. He didn't want to think about the possibility that the Sandaime might not wake up. He already doesn't trust both of us. I'm sure there are files that have termed us as flight risks. If he refuses to give up power, it is a civil war which he is going to lose. Naruto paused, turning his face toward Sasuke. He opened his left eye slightly. Do you disagree with me? The Uchiha smirked. Of course. I'm not anyone's tool. I just wanted to make sure you know what you are doing. Sasuke-chan, you know I just don't do things on a whim. This was definitely on a whim. But rational. What now? Let me handle Iwa. Just back me up when you can. At least we now know what kind of a person Baki is. We will see how this people think about Konoha's interests. Minutes later. Kurotsuchi was surprised to see the two people who came to Iwa for Chunin exams. Baki hadn't said who exactly Konoha had occupied. She was amused to think that the two alone had made Suna surrender. Then again, one was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. It couldn't be the Uchiha. The blonde was the one who didn't bother fighting in the finals. And she had seen reports about his performance in the trials. It was safe to say he'd been the better shinobi out of the two. Now, if she were to kill a Jinchuriki of Konoha, that would surely protect Iwa. No doubt if this wasn't handled carefully, the two were going to war once more. It is not nice thinking of killing someone, the blonde said in a casual tone. His expression was that of an amused one, his eyes closed. The Uchiha was stone-faced. Kurotsuchi, if I recall. These two are Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, Baki said. They were in an empty room. Kuro was sitting in the other side with her company on a futon. Baki was on his feet. I remember seeing the two of you in Iwa. But is it right to accuse me of thinking of killing you in this setting? Naruto settled down. And then motioned for Baki to sit as well. On the sides like a referee. Sasuke settled on his right side. I can tell when someone has negative emotions about me. It is an ability of mine. He smiled mysteriously. Of course, I could be lying. The fact was that she had been thinking about killing him and right now, meant she saw him as an enemy. But Kurotsuchi wasn't going to believe such an ability existed. She hadn't heard of it and that was skin to being able to read someone's mind. And you're not even going to look at me? Are you blind? Yes. Stop fooling around, Naruto. Sasuke lectured. Don't be a spoilsport, Sasuke. I'm not allowed to amuse myself? What if I was simply trying to sell false information to a potential enemy? You know you don't dish your ability to see to the enemy. Kurotsuchi glared. Naruto was taking a piss at this. He was trying to amuse himself in this situation? There could be war and he was looking for a laugh? I apologize for that. The world is a little violent that I decided to shut my eyes until there is a little bit of peace. Kurotsuchi scoffed. Says the person who unleashed violence against Suna. Naruto ignored this and just continued speaking. But I suppose I can afford to look at you. Last time I checked. His eyes opened. And then smiled. Well, let us not make you uncomfortable by making some remarks about your appearance. But I suppose you can tell what I was going to say given the smile on his face. He was still taking a piss. How did you recognize me if you couldn't see how I look like? Kurotsuchi asked curiously. Naruto raised his index finger. Chakra. The Nidaime Hokage was said to have been able to identify the nature of a chakra in a person. Without even being told, he could tell, I'm Uzumaki, he is Uchiha, he said, his finger waving toward Sasuke. We all different have chakra signatures. You struck quite the image in Iwa. And I cannot forget your chakra signatures. His smiled, tilting his head slightly. But do you know the best thing? What? It is almost impossible to sneak in behind a blind shinobi. Instincts, the sixth sense, your nose, they all heighten to the point where you can tell if there is a roach crawling within these walls. As interesting as that is, let's cut it short, Kurotsuchi said sharply. Mind explaining to me what is happening here? Yes. I mind. Besides, we are certain Baki-san has already dished out the details. What we question is your appearance in this village. Kurotsuchi took out a scroll and then threw it at him. We can because the real leaders of this village called us. We do not recognize this thing Konoha is trying to do. I wasn't aware Konoha needed your approval, Kurotsuchi-san. But if you want to talk to the leaders, you are free to do so. You killed them, Kurotsuchi said a little bit in anger. You invaded another village and are now trying to control it. If it was a smaller nation, we could overlook it. But Suna is one of the great five. If Konoha takes over, it upsets the balance of power. And there will be war. In what position are you in to make that war assertion? As a representative of Iwa. Are you forgetting that Suna attacked Konoha? This is the consequence of it. Now what happens after then, your threat of you, we are not authorized to pronounce anything. We had one mission to do and we have done so. But if you are going to declare war, we will take the message back to Konoha. I am however certain that Konoha will not be backing down. From there, we have nothing to say to you. You could have just started with that. Naruto smiled. Now, How would I have gotten a chance to talk to you? He then stood up, turned away from Kurotsuchi. Leave the village now. Or we will escort you rather quickly. Kurotsuchi folded her hands across her chest. I haven't finished talking to you and I want you to try that. Use force to make me leave this village. Naruto stopped, raised an index and looked back at Kurotsuchi through the corner of his eyes. Sasuke left the room after this. What followed them was impressive display of chakra. Naruto released a potent level of chakra that cracked the floor and the walls of the room, causing dust to fall. The violent chakra forced Kurotsuchi to slam her hands on the floor, coated with chakra for grip before the chakra could blow her away. I would rather not provoke Iwagakure in such a manner. That is why I made a request, which I hope you comply with. That was just ridiculous. All he did was raise his chakra. How could someone so young have so much chakra? Jinchuriki had massive levels of chakra, but this was ridiculous. He didn't need the Kyuubi. On his own this Naruto was deadly. He was really an enemy of Iwagakure. Such a person would only prove to be a thorn in their side. Kurotsuchi put on an expressionless mask as she stared at Baki. You didn't tell me he was that powerful. I didn't know. I thought he was just a Jinchuriki who uses Mokuton. Baki replied. He could understand why Konoha sent the two. It was likely the blonde had only used the Kyuubi's power to make things quicker. Iwagakure will be in touch. Of course. But if you could kill those two, I'm sure my grandfather would be more than willing to stop a Konoha invasion. Uchiha and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. That would be a massive loss to Konoha. Baki smiled, not out of happiness. Just at what she was suggesting. He wasn't going to try that. Of course, if they were to be killed, Konoha would be forced to send an army. Konoha couldn't effectively rule this village without their army present or those two present. Suna could come with a plan to deal with them if there is no army here. And that meant that they could kill whoever the leaf is going to send to take charge. But Baki wasn't going to try that. At least not now. Those two were just teenagers, but they were smart and very cautious. The blonde had intentionally conducted the business the way Be did just to see how Kurotsuchi would react. That would be dangerous. It is for the sake of your freedom, Kurotsuchi said, standing up. For my village and against anyone who threatens it, I do anything necessary to protect it. Naruto found Sasuke waiting for him outside, leaning against the wall with eyes closed. You enjoy showing off. Don't be jealous, Sasuke. If you had my chakra levels, you wouldn't think twice about flaunting it. Naruto paused, staring into the heavens. Besides, this is nothing compared to the Shodai Hokage. I must grow some more. Sasuke shook his head. Naruto always wanted more and more. I wish you hit the ceiling of your growth. Naruto laughed. I may have already done that, Sasuke. In terms of Mokuton, there is nothing more I can add. What I require now is battle experience. And refining my fighting style. That gives normal people a chance to catch up to you. To think there is no one who can catch up to you would be arrogance. You must always think that there is someone out there who is stronger. If you do that, your training never stops. Sasuke nodded. And then? Why has your clone not returned with a message? Delaying tactics, I assume. If I had given it the Kyuubi's chakra. No, even now, I could still give it the chakra, it would have blasted past the desert in no time. But like I said, delaying things. There are other things it has to do anyway. Hidden leaf. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes seeing a black-haired man walking toward him and Kakashi. He was walking slowly, hidden under the trees. The Sannin was sitting on a branch, with Team 7 leader sitting leaning against the trunk of the tree, holding his book. Any particular reason you're here in a henge? The clone of Naruto smiled. Don't say that. Do you know how hard it was to shake off the Anbu watching me? And then having to wait until you two lost your tails? Why did you have to go that far? I was supposed to have dispelled some time ago after delivering a message. I'm certain Danzo is going to ask the same question. At which case, I dispelled at the house. That is where I lost my tail anyway. Kakashi glanced at the clone and then looked back at his book. The fact that Naruto sent a clone to Konoha meant something had happened. But if it was an emergency, the clone would have dispelled immediately after receiving orders from Danzo. How much chakra did you get to be able to travel from Suna and then still manage to stroll around? Enough. Clones still maintain a link with the original regardless of distance. Chakra can be given after a certain period. It all depends on the calculations of the original. He was speaking casually. Which meant things didn't become bloody in Suna. Kakashi managed to a sigh of relief. If things went according to plan, he wouldn't have returned. The fact that both the original and Sasuke are still in Suna meant something had happened. Why? Jiraiya asked after Kakashi. What happened in Suna? If Danzo sees me, he won't be happy because there is an important message that I should have sent already. The clone said. Suna has submitted. It needed a bit of convincing. But there was no need for bloodshed. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. If the message was important, why was the clone still hanging about? It wouldn't do so unless it had been sent with specific orders. In fact, it was surprising that Naruto had even sent a clone instead of going through the normal channels. The message would have arrived sooner. Unless he was just going this on purpose. What important message? That is actually the reason I came to talk to you. The Akatsuki took Gaara immediately after we finished fighting him, Kakashi-sensei. Given that too much time has passed, I assume that he has already lost the Baijuo. The Akatsuki striking at this crucial time. Jiraiya didn't expect for the organization to strike so early. If they were making moves, he would have to leave Konoha, but he couldn't because of the Danzo situation. If the Sandaime was dead, he'd leave, but the old man was still alive. There was no telling what the War Hawk would do. He couldn't risk anything happening. You don't know for sure what they did. Indeed. If they didn't extract the Baijuo, then he probably is still alive. At which case, it will be possible for us find him. But I was thinking it would be best to let them have it. We still don't know the agenda of the organization. This is a risk we should take. You are starting to make decisions, Kakashi said without looking at Naruto. On things that shouldn't be decided by you. Besides that, the risk is too great precisely because we don't know what the Akatsuki is planning, Jiraiya said sternly. But it does seem that you're doing it purposefully. For what reason, I do not know. How is the old man? The blonde asked, ignoring both Kakashi and Jiraiya's statements. It wasn't a question that the Sannin could ignore. Still the same. But there are signs that we will wake up soon. Excellent. Some good news. The clone said with a smile. You do realize this is going to spark the flames of war, right? And with that, the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya turned his eyes toward Kakashi. What game is Naruto playing at? The message he was giving Danzo most likely had information about Suna. Therefore, Danzo must have also given him a message on what must be done now. The clone staying here longer delays the implementation of that order. The fact that he asked about the third's health likely means he is simply trying to delay things until he wakes up. Kakashi explained. He is more concerned about war than the Akatsuki. Jiraiya finished with a shake of his head. If Danzo finds out about this, it means he is going to try to extract the Kyuubi out of Naruto. And Naruto won't permit it. You do know that he could end up leaving Konoha at this rate. Sasuke with him. Kakashi added, a bit nonchalant about it. But Danzo won't know. And Naruto is right. Danzo hasn't been in his position for 4 days and already war looks likely. The best option to prevent war would have been Suna's complete destruction. But the fact that it surrendered means that it adds more to Konoha. Iwa is in the immediate. That Tsuchikage knows Danzo. He isn't going to just stand still. War. Another bloody war because a man who was greedy for power and had an obsessive love for Konoha had taken power. Some people really didn't deserve positions of authority. The Sandaime has to wake up. It might be too late. We have to face up to that possibility. And if war happens, Jinchuriki will be in the open. That means it becomes easy for the Akatsuki to pick them up, Kakashi said in a serious tone. You can understand why Naruto is more concerned with trying to stop a war from happening. Jiraiya hated being this powerless. He and Tsunade had led to this situation. If war broke out, it was because they failed the old man. If he had been capable, Danzo wouldn't have been Hokage. If he had been around, Minato wouldn't have died either. If Tsunade had accepted the position, none of this would be happening. The old man had to wake up soon. And Danzo had to be put in his place or else he would try to fight this in order to hold on to power. But if the old man doesn't wake up soon, it was going to be hell. The Fourth Great Shinobi World War would be fought and there was nothing he could do about it. Unless he decided to commit treason by murdering Danzo. I have a feeling Danzo is going to send me away from Konoha. The shinobi respect you. You have the respect of the villagers. And your presence in Tsunade-sama's ensures that he cannot plot to take power by force. He has to fold. But Danzo has always wanted to be Hokage. He isn't going to let it slip out of his hands just after he has gotten it. Then we will have to be very careful. Keep your ears open for anything. I don't think I would want to fight fellow Leaf Shinobi. If there are whispers, we must quell them before they spark anything. Hidden sand. Naruto opened his left eye and then faced Sasuke. The Uchiha was sleeping. Sasuke. No response came. Sasuke. What? We have orders to leave Suna and go after the Akatsuki. Danzo has said that he would rather we return than not return at all, Naruto said standing up. Let's go to meet Baki. Danzo wants him in Konoha. Finally, they would be on the move. It had felt like he'd been lying about for weeks in this village. There wasn't even free movement here. Not when someone could throw a stone at him. Fighting the Akatsuki would give him some joy. He hoped they would encounter Itachi. It would make everything worth it. Even if they don't, they'll have faced some S-rank criminals and he would be able to judge just how powerful those people were. The crowd that his brother hanged with. Danzo is cruel, isn't he? You're saying that now? That man ordered us to destroy Suna if it refused to bow before him, Sasuke said with a roll of his eyes. Naruto shook his head. He opened the door to their hotel and started walking along the passages. That isn't what I meant. He is taking out Baki from the village. There isn't someone powerful enough to take a firm lead of the sand. Whoever plots their move in his absence, will make some reckless decisions, and you know what, I think that is what Danzo wants. Sasuke stared at the silent passage. The building was completely empty of other people. Why? I think it is a test to see if they can be trusted or not. If they plot something, we will be forced to destroy it, and this time with no mercy. If they don't try anything, then it will be well. He can use them. Naruto's left eye that was open sharpened dangerously. If he could kill Baki without making things a little difficult here, Danzo would do it. It would just make things easier for him. Sasuke shook his head. He watched the streets. There was apparent fear in their presence. It was like these people thought Naruto was suddenly going to transform into the Kyuubi. Fear was a powerful thing. Already, Sasuke saw the problem of ruling with fear. You had everyone bending to your will. It could be intoxicating to sadists. The power you felt when people trembled at your presence. But there are few people who were willing to die for you. Sasuke wouldn't admit it, but he would get in line of danger if it meant protecting Naruto from certain death. And that was because Naruto was his friend. But a man you feared. If he was going to die, you helped whatever was going to kill him. Even finishing him off. You always had to keep an eye on the back of your head. And could hardly trust anyone. Is your plan to delay things working? These people might plot something because they don't want to live in fear for the rest of their lives. We might just end up coming back here. You will. If it comes to that, that is an order I will refuse to carry out. Naruto replied sharply. You say that as if I would do that without you. Naruto smiled. We are going to get in trouble together. But we can face that trouble. Naturally. I'll leave a clone just in case. As long as it doesn't do anything, it should be fine. A clone can gather chakra anyway. Naruto replied. It means they won't do anything. They found Baki working in a tent. Paperwork overworking him like a normal cage. Nothing was happening to the cage tower. Suna must be cash-strapped. You look like you have eaten something bitter, Baki-san. Baki looked up at Naruto. The blonde always addressed him in a respectful manner. And he wasn't mocking him in any manner. Then again, unlike the Uchiha, the blonde was a lively person, at least when the situation was right. Just received a letter from the Wind Lord. Humiliated, he said. He is going to continue to do things as normal and will punish us. Baki explained in a flat tone. We'd not planned on any invasion. We had merely tried to associate with Orochimaru just to intimidate him, but he didn't budge. In the struggle for survival, the human will crawl and latch onto anything. For a cage, the pressure is to ensure that your people don't die and the village doesn't crumble. You take drastic measures just to ensure the people you lead are happy. Naruto shook his head. Not every decision is right. But as long as we live, we always try to find a way. You speak as if you have experienced this. Ha ha ha, Naruto laughed, waving his hands. Those are just meaningless words. Let me tell you a secret, my father, the Yondaime Hokage, sacrificed himself and my happiness to protect Konoha. So from a logical standpoint, I see the decisions that Kage have to make. The blonde paused and turned to Sasuke. If you want, we can go and intimidate him for you. The Uchiha offered. Why would you do that? Wrong answer, Naruto said, quick to say. But the answer is simple. If Suna is suffering now, it is still going to suffer even at the hands of Konoha. And things are only going to be worse because Danzo will most definitely try to squeeze your resources for the benefit of Konoha. The people in this village will suffer as a result. You're a kind person, aren't you? If it was someone else, you wouldn't have stopped where you did. Naruto didn't reply to Baki. What did you end up discussing with that woman? She offered Iwa's protection if we brought you two to her, dead. So is there that type of person who wants to destroy anything that may have threat to her village? No doubt, we are marked badly in her books. Prepare our bingo book ratings, Sasuke, Naruto said. I'm likely to have a better rating than you. That is because of the Kyuubi and nothing else. You don't need to be proud about it. I'll still be rated above you. Sasuke glared and then turned his sharp eyes toward Baki. We are leaving to look for Gaara and his siblings. You are to immediately travel to Konohagakure, alone. If we find them alive, the siblings will come back with us to Konoha. Will I reach Konoha? Naruto laughed at this. You think Konoha might try to eliminate you in a nice way? Well, it wouldn't be past some people. But no, you're likely to arrive to Konoha. But if I were you, I would take some precautions on my journey. And tell your people that if they try something in your absence, there will be no mercy this time, Sasuke said in a hardened tone. Let's go, Naruto. We have already been around for long enough. And I don't want to miss a battle with S-rank criminals. Naruto sighed. Well, then. Pass the message and travel, safely. We will try to retrieve the Sand siblings if possible. After all, they may be used as some form of legitimacy by Danzo. Iwagakure. Looking at Kurotsuchi, Aniki couldn't help but frown. He really didn't want a war at this stage. But the report he was getting from Konoha meant exactly that. Danzo was someone who has tried to provoke war between the two nations before. He hadn't been satisfied with how the last one ended. But more concerning was Kurotsuchi's report. For her to admit she felt fear was something else. This Naruto had to be very powerful. Damn Uzumaki. And they had been well pleased to see the destruction of the whirlpools. And now years later, one of their own was going to cause them problems. It was poetic. He was just a brat nonetheless. But one that could not be ignored. I should have known there was something up with them when Hiruzen only sent just the two of them, Aniki said sternly. He'd looked normal when I saw him. He still did look normal. But his chakra output is just beyond anyone I have ever met. He really is an enemy of Iwagakure. If it wasn't because it would have started war, I would have tried to kill him myself. Aniki sighed. Only Kurotsuchi would admit being afraid of a person then talk about trying to kill that very same person. You wouldn't say that if you saw the report I was reading. What? That brat along with the Uchiha killed Orochimaru, a Sannin. And Naruto is the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. What? Aniki leaned back. There was no telling how things would go or if the blonde knew the jutsu of his father. Not that he needed it. He was a user of the rare and powerful Mokuton. And held the most powerful Baijuu in existence. That alone made him a dangerous opponent. Worse, of what Kurotsuchi was saying was true, he most likely didn't need to turn into the powers of his Baijuu. Hashirama had been able to capture all other Baijuu because of Mokuton. If the blonde could use it in the same manner, then there was that danger. Doesn't change anything unless he can move like his father. Aniki managed to be nonchalant about it. The problem is Danzo. We may not have any other choice but to go to war. I offered Suna protection or help if they could kill those two. Not going to happen. Aniki smiled. But I like the idea. The blame would have been pinned on Suna. Which means Konoha would have been forced to settle for its destruction. It however won't happen. But what are we going to do? Just make sure Konoha doesn't send its forces into Suna. Konoha has also just survived an invasion. I doubt it wants to go to war so soon. The village has been losing its shinobi over the years. Recent tragedies have made things better for other great nations. With the Uchiha, Konoha was always a dangerous opponent. Then you add the Yellow Flash. But it has lost all that since the Third War. And now with Hiruzen stricken, it isn't in the best situation to fight. But it is unlikely that it will try to relinquish control over Suna. Unless we try to get the Raikage involved. Likely won't care. But knowing Danzo, if he manages to get a grip on Suna and builds it, he is going to war. A journey that only stopped when he needed to take breaks, but finally, Baki had reached Konohagakure. You wouldn't think it had been invaded a couple of days ago. And as expected, his presence wasn't welcomed. But they had many reasons to celebrate. They pulled through. Orochimaru was dead. Suna had surrendered. And now they lived with the knowledge that they could have another yellow flash as Minato's son lived. It has truly shocked him to learn of this. But Baki was certain, Naruto didn't know his father's jutsu. Perhaps the possibility that he might know was what Konoha was going to use to make others pause in any action against the leaf. He didn't get to wander for too long in the village as he was taken by Anbu to the Hokage's office. To await Suna's judgment. His judgment. How he wished the Sandaime was sitting behind the desk. The old man would have been merciful. But this man was unforgiving. He'd already dished out the worst punishment possible. Hokage-sama, Baki bowed to his new lord. It was gut-wrenching. Bitter moment, but he had to go through it. Sit down. Danzo ordered. Hi. Danzo stared at the man coldly. He considered his options. What did he do with this man? Making him disappear would be easy. But his main problem was any other village that may try to interfere with his plans. What is the situation in Suna? I want to hear your assessment before deciding on what to do. River country. Gaara stared at his hands, wondering why he was still alive, after all this time. After everything he has done. And why of all people, Kankuro had to be the one dead. It was just a scroll, but with a body sealed within it. He should have been the to die. He wasn't even a Jinchuriki anymore, and yet for some reason, he could still control sand. It was supposed to be an ability given to him by hosting that loud by Juu, but apparently not. He glanced at Temari. She looked down. She was the elder one. They'd lost their father. Not that he ever was a father in the true sense of the word. But they lost him. And now Kankuro. They'd already lost their mother. When was their misery going to end? He was in no hurry to return to Suna. The people didn't like him. And with the invasion ending in failure, Suna was surely in a bad state. Perhaps he should be rushing there to try to make up for his mistakes. But Gaara wanted to free his mind first. To think clearly about what he was going to do next and his own future. What do you think is happening in Suna? He asked in a quiet tone. They hadn't talked much about Kankuro. Just that he died of poison in the hands of Sasori. Temari shook her head. They are most likely planning on how to move ahead with the failure. He had failed as well. He didn't do much. He was defeated. His first defeat. But it happened. And Konoha was unlikely to just let them go after betraying the village and working with Orochimaru. They too were tricked, but it didn't change the fact that Suna Shinobi invaded the leaf. He glanced to the side, and then stood up. There are two people coming, and fast, Gaara said. Temari stood up as well, got hold of her fan. Enemy? They are coming to us. A minute later, both Naruto and Sasuke landed a distance away from the two siblings. They were close to a stream of water. The river country was like this. A country with lots of water. Temari tensed seeing Naruto. She couldn't forget how he watched her before she attacked. It was like he was plotting something. There had been an expressionless face, but now there was a smile. And this was bad. They must be here to try to get them to Konoha to face the music. You're still alive. I did right by letting you live. You'd been killed in Konoha, Naruto said, his eyes turning to Gaara. And you're no longer a Jinchuriki. We are late, Sasuke. Wasn't it your plan? Now, there is no need to glare at me like that. I'm sure we will get another chance to face the Akatsuki. We just have to accept that we lost this one. These two appear to be relaxing and didn't look like they were in a hurry. It just meant that the Akatsuki was done with Gaara, but wasn't he supposed to be dead? Not today. You'll get your chance, Naruto said, focusing on Gaara. He took a step forward and saw their tension. He smiled, waving his right hand. We are not here to fight you. We were hoping to save you from the Akatsuki. Temari loosened her grip on her fan and then settled down. Gaara did the same. But neither said anything to the Konoha shinobi. The mood is a little gloomy here. How are you alive if the Akatsuki extracted Shukaku from you? Gaara faced him and then stared down. I did die. A jutsu saved my life. A life for a life. Naruto tilted his head slightly. It didn't seem that Gaara was lying. Actually, he seemed burdened by that reality. There was still one person missing, and that was their brother. Was he the reason the two looked sad? Naruto intentionally chose not to ask about it. Tell me what happened. Gaara explained, and then Naruto closed his eyes to face the Kyuubi. The Baijuwu pretended as if he wasn't there. After a couple of moments, Naruto finally spoke in a flat tone. I'm a Jinchuriki, so I know you are not just a mindless beast of unlimited chakra. I know you are alive and with intelligence. I know you've been alive for a longer period. And more before the founding of shinobi villages. So you know more about human history than history books can teach. After all, history tends to be altered to suit the narrative of who writes it. Now, there is an organization that is hunting down Baijuwu and sealing them in a statue. And the person leading this is a man who uses a ripple pattern form of eyes. That can only be the Rinnegan. I'll admit, I'm ignorant about the Sage of Six Paths. But those eyes are associated with him. If such a man existed, then you surely know of such a man. Now tell me, do you know why the Akatsuki might want to collect all 9 Baijuwu? Gaara says there are eyes. After the sealing one closed. Do you know anything? No. I will come and ask again, Kyuubi. Perhaps you'll be willing to talk after they collected the other 8 and it is just your 9 tails remaining. Kurama opened his eyes and stared at the blonde. A curious human being. To think he would come to him to ask about why the Baijuwu were being sealed. Perhaps it was the logical thing to do. After all, it was true that he has been alive for a long time. You say that, but like all humans, you continue to demand for my power. Naruto waved his right hand. Don't be like that. I use your power because it is needed. It would be stupid for me to host you and not use your power. I know my mother's seal wasn't the best for comfort. I studied its structure. You were basically tied down. Here you have freedom. You are not even locked up anymore. Your power, I will use as long as you remain in me. Whether I am the same as everyone is for you to judge. Kurama had no reason to tell Naruto anything and he wasn't going to do so. And so, he closed his eyes once more and then felt the blonde leave him in peace. Naruto looked between Gaara and Temari and then released a long breath. He has to dive into this subject. He wanted to tiptoe around it because it would make things uncomfortable. You lost your brother. I offer my condolences. How did he die? Poison. Sasori poisoned him. Ah, another of those matters. If I had known, we would have definitely come earlier. Konoha has the best medic nin. They would have surely worked on him. Actions have consequences. The decisions you took affect the flow of things in the other people's lives. In any case, you have to go to Konoha. Baki is already there and should be waiting for you. Naruto turned to Sasuke. Do we go with them or do we look for the Akatsuki? Can you track them? Naruto shook his head. Then there is no need to waste our time. Let us just go back to Konoha. This has been tiring anyway. Naruto nodded. Could they not track down the culprits? No, with what Gaara had said, there was a chance there were more than 2. If they did manage to track them down, it was going to be a problem. He wasn't sure it was a situation where he could escape intact. To have the power of the Kyuubi didn't mean he was all-powerful. The fact that these people were resolved to fight Jinchuriki meant they had confidence in their powers. Searching was not worth the risk. He glanced at Temari, she looked miserable. He couldn't emphasize. He didn't know that feeling of losing someone you loved. These 2 had not only lost their brother, but their father as well. And hell only awaited them in Suna. If the Sandaime doesn't wake, of course. He noticed something with her body structure and then took a couple of steps toward her. In his presence, she tensed. He leaned closer and whispered to her right ear. If I had known letting you leave was just going to buy you a couple of days, I would have stopped you. You nonetheless have my sympathies. Spend the time you have left with your brother. Maybe for you, death is good. There are many things better than death. Konoha lacks wind users. You'd be used to breed wind users for the leaf. Well, maybe you can still live to see another day. That is, if you hurry to the leaf. You don't want to let your brother live by himself, do you? He straightened up and faced Sasuke. Let's catch a breath for an hour. Besides, I'm feeling a little hungry, he said, turning away from the sand siblings to face the water. You think we can get some fish there? Danzo stared at both Naruto and Sasuke with a look of anger. They didn't face the Akatsuki. And they didn't send him a message that Iwa had appeared. He could have handled that situation differently. He could have organized for those people to be killed by someone from another village. Kumo or even Kiri. But they hadn't sent him a report. It was a deliberate action. And that meant that Aniki has had time to ponder on the matter than he did. He hadn't thought that the Sandaime Tsuchikage would act so quickly. It didn't matter that it had been on Suna's urging, the fact was that they took the bait and had thrown themselves into the mix. There could be war in the horizon. Danzo wouldn't have a problem with it. He still wanted Iwa to pay for the many lives it took in the Third Shinobi War, but this wasn't the right time. Suna wasn't in a state to go to war. Neither was Konoha. Even if they won, they would end up being crippled to the point where they couldn't defend both Suna and their own village. Kumo would no doubt strike. Why did you take it upon yourselves not to send me a message regarding the appearance of the Tsuchikage's granddaughter? Naruto produced a scroll and put it on the desk. It wasn't that such a scenario didn't play out in his thoughts. It would have been careless and stupid of him. The report is in there as well as a detailed review on my interaction with her. Baki must have already informed you of his conversation with her. We put him in the meeting to act as a witness. His senses could have been easily manipulated by genjutsu. Danzo replied. If Sasuke was anything like his brother, such a thing was possible. Unfortunately, my powers haven't reached that level. Sasuke replied in a flat tone. Indeed. If what I hear is anything to go by, Sasuke's genjutsu prowess is nothing compared to that of Itachi. Naruto added calmly, earning a glare from the Uchiha. Was that even necessary? I'm trying to prove a point and help our case here. You do know that this can be blamed on you. You're the one with a higher ranking after all. Bastard. I shouldn't have let you do as you pleased. I'm going to put you on a tight leash next time. Now, there is no need for such an extreme action. Besides, if you're worried about Itachi's genjutsu, you needn't worry about it. You also have the Mangekyo, you can counter it. Enough, Danzo shouted. Teaming this too may have been a mistake on his part. No, he couldn't have them getting along like this. It only made them stronger. They got along quite well that they couldn't be used to off-balance the other. You have not answered my question. When she came, we decided to deal with it quickly and send her away from the village. If she had stayed longer, she would have seen the state of Suna, which I'm certain that isn't something you want Iwagakure to know. A reasonable argument. At this point, Suna wasn't worth defending. But Danzo wasn't willing to let Iwa have it. If the stone chose to send shinobi for it, Danzo was going to opt to have the village destroyed. It would stop Iwa from going to war with them, for the moment that is. He tapped his finger on the desk and then asked. And my other concern? It was a precaution we took. There is no telling a message would have arrived. Suna is still in control of itself. If we had used its resources, there was no telling they wouldn't intercept the message and put their own, which would have resulted in the wrong message being sent and us getting the wrong message. That was a risk too great for us to take. No doubt, Suna would try all means to wrestle its way out of the situation using all sneaky methods it could. Naruto was right. Without Konoha forces stationed in Suna, they had no real control. Suna could do anything. He had to try something soon before they could organize themselves. But it didn't mean that the two didn't have a hidden agenda. They just weren't going to tell it to him. But he would find out. Fine. I will oversee the report and then see what must be done. As for the Akatsuki, it is concerning. For now, Naruto, you will be confined in the village, and if you are to move, you will do so discreetly. Danzo then turned to face Sasuke. Leave us, I wish to speak with Sasuke alone. Hi. Naruto nodded and left the office by the door. Danzo knew the blonde would be waiting outside, but he wasn't concerned with it. It is obvious to me that you were following Naruto's lead in this case. Saying this earned him a sharp glare. Don't mistake anything. I let Naruto do what was done because he was suitable. Don't think he can order me around. Danzo took it as pride talking. But he was fine with that. In fact, he was happy the Uchiha reacted in such a manner. I understand that it is still your mission to kill Itachi. Hiruzen had been stalling because he was using Itachi for information on the Akatsuki. While still a criminal, when the threat of the Akatsuki came up, in exchange for information on the organization, Hiruzen promised Itachi that Konoha would not hunt him down. Danzo paused, trying to see the reaction in Sasuke's face. Why would the Sandaime do something like that? He isn't concerned about avenging the Uchiha clan. The Akatsuki is after Jinchuriki, and that means Naruto will be targeted. He only wants to protect Naruto, no matter the cost. Why would Itachi be concerned about being hunted by Konoha? It wasn't like that was something which would bother him. Do you know where he is? I'll find out in the next couple of days. I'll hear from you then. Like you, I want Itachi to be gone. He is an enemy of the leaf and his actions cannot be forgiven. I will spare no effort to ensure we find him. You will have my thanks then. Danzo watched Sasuke leave. The Uchiha was easy. All you needed was to dangle Itachi in front of him and he would take the bait. Sasuke found Naruto waiting for him, but he didn't say anything until they had left the tower. The streets welcomed them. Unlike in Suna, there were nods of respect, even to Naruto. But the blonde didn't seem to be enjoying it, even though he reacted kindly to it. What did Danzo want? Shouldn't you be happy? Sasuke asked instead. My life is hell. Word is starting to spread that my Minato was my father. My actions in the invasion makes things slightly better, but I'm not looking at a happy life. Being used as a weapon, huh? Sasuke stared ahead. Rebuilding was being done quickly. As what you would expect from the leaf. We are both under the role. Yeah. Naruto nodded quietly. Itachi. He said something about the Sandaime being in contact with Itachi but not telling me anything because he is too concerned with trying to get information about the Akatsuki. Hearing this, Naruto laughed. He was surprised the War Hawk hadn't gone right to ask Sasuke if he could manipulate him with the Sharingan. Perhaps Danzo didn't want to use his eye. Then again, from what Itachi said, the power couldn't be used over and over again. You had one use and then it took some time to recover. But this was so like someone who wanted to drive a wedge between Sasuke and the Sandaime. A countermeasure in case the third woke up? Perhaps he wanted Sasuke's support. Most definitely, if Sasuke took the side of Danzo, they would clash. Naruto was always going to stick with the old man. I suppose our friendship will be tested in the coming days, Sasuke. For Danzo, it is a problem that the two of us get along. Naruto looked thoughtful. Perhaps we should keep some distance. Don't be ridiculous. Naruto laughed. Well, I suppose because I'm your only friend, you won't have anyone to talk to. Worry not, this friend will not abandon you to loneliness. He smiled fondly. But now, I need to go into hiding and get some rest. It felt like Jiraiya had been in the leaf for months. It was the first time he stayed in the village and felt as if he had been here longer than usual. His appearances were usually visits. But now he wasn't planning on going anywhere. But given that someone came over, it was likely he would have to depart soon. I may have to depart. With the old man out? Tsunade asked, putting her cup down. They were drinking at the back of her house, as they usually did these days. Yes. Jiraiya nodded. It appears that the Akatsuki are attacking from the first until the last. One of Danzo's people came to tell me that they are going to check on a location in which the Three Tails was rumored to be. If they find it, I'll have to be there to help them seal it. This will be done secretly to ensure the Akatsuki don't know about it. Thinking about Naruto? We do need to give them a fighting chance. But I won't move until Sensei has improved. Tsunade nodded. Thinking of the old man, she said, it really is the hope that kills, huh? Tsunade-sama. The Sandaime, Shizune said after bursting through the back door. Chapter 15, Death and Hope Part 1. Naruto never thought he would ever find himself in one of Konoha's war rooms. It was a reality so far from him and yet a change in leadership, and here he was, with Danzo, the Jonin commander, Anbu and two of Danzo's guards. Sasuke was most likely sidelined for some reason or the other. It was impressive for Danzo to call his weapon to discuss such matters of village security. He expected to be summoned and told what was needed to be done. Only given instructions but never given an opportunity for input. He smiled, it wasn't something to brag about. In fact, if Danzo hadn't insisted, Naruto wouldn't have agreed to come here. He didn't want to partake in anything that resulted in war. He would be forced to give honest opinions. He glanced at Shikamaru's father for a second and then back at Danzo who sat with the map of the elemental nations. Iwagakure is threatening war if we try to impose ourselves on Sunagakure. But that they have made such a threat means they too don't want a war. Konoha cannot afford it at this point, but if forced, we will have to defend our interests. The War Hawk turned to him. And you'll be playing a vital role in ensuring that Konoha's interests are protected. I have not seen how you control the power of the Kyuubi aside from what Baki told me. As such, I will want to see a demonstration. Ah, now it was coming back to this. A puppet. A toy that had to dance in front of its masters. There was a limit to how much nonsense one person could take. And Naruto would soon reach his limit. We would have to do something like that outside of Konoha. We can't have it done close. It will only cause panic, Shikaku said. He assumed the only reason Naruto was brought in was because Danzo figured he needed to have Naruto fight for him. It must have become apparent that the blonde was too powerful to control or to try to strip off the Kyuubi. And so, he came with the plan of trying to show him he was valued. A smart man. But Naruto wasn't stupid either. He must have surely figured as much. Shikaku wondered what the blonde thought of this situation. And if he was considering leaving Konoha. He's already seen his ancestral home. There was no saying that he wouldn't consider going back there. After all, his mother had only been brought to Konoha to become a Jinchuriki. Uzushiogakure was his home. It nevertheless would be a devastating blow to Konoha's military if Naruto left. After all, if the blonde left, Sasuke was surely to follow. A double blow. But one that could be avoided. I have thought of that. We shall do so in battle situations. If Iwa tries to send shinobi toward Suna, you will be sent to confront them, alone. Naruto just took it in, silently. He was being told what was expected of him. Not being asked his opinion. Whether he agreed or disagreed with what Danzo was saying was irrelevant. I have sent a message to the Fire Lord to ask him to put some pressure on the Earth Lord. If achieved, it should make sure that we have some time to prepare Suna. Danzo explained. I sent my men to Suna to eliminate everyone in the leadership positions. We will install people who will be loyal to Konoha. In doing so, will we tell Iwa that we have stepped back? Shikaku asked. That was one way to keep control of another nation. A shadow control. You could control even the Fire Nation by being in control of the feudal lord. Danzo was brutal in his method. But it would be effective. We cannot spare shinobi to occupy Suna. We must deal with it differently. Danzo stared at Shikaku. At least, he respected the man's genius and trusted he wouldn't try to sabotage his plans. Do you not think it will work? It might buy us time. But we can't be seen around too much, and whether it works depends on who we put as leader. It cannot be Baki. Danzo was quick to say. Shikaku smiled inwardly. If Danzo hadn't quickly shot that idea, he would have suggested it. It was convincing that way. But he could also understand why the man didn't want Baki in that position. You have been to Suna, what do you think? Shikaku asked Naruto. Some form of legitimacy could be achieved through putting one of the Kazekage's children. Young but Gaara is feared in that village. He would make the perfect leader. When he is feared. Don't they hate him? Precisely because of such a reason. He wants to be better. He wants to prove to them he is a good person. On the flip side of things, we want Suna to be led effectively. He isn't the emotional type. He will do what must be done. Naruto adopted a thoughtful look before adding. It is a matter of playing the cards right to ensure his loyalty. Danzo didn't think that Naruto was capable of such cold strategies. His reasoning for bringing him here wasn't his mind. A weapon only needed to fight and listen to orders. A smart weapon with loyalty issues would only prove to be dangerous to both him and his dreams. Are you suggesting we use his sister? I didn't say such a thing. But I suppose if you want to keep Gaara on a leash, you keep the only family member he has left. But that poses a problem. Iwa would likely see through that plan. Indeed, Shikaku nodded. We can't have her in this village. We can't be seen to have anything of Suna at ransom. It will blow up everything. And we need to resist a little. If we just give up like that, Iwa will notice something is up. That is why Naruto will confront whatever they send toward Suna. But he does that and eliminate them, Iwa becomes poised to strike. We have to avoid major blows. Minor scuffles will be okay. Anything major and it is war, Shikaku said in a stern tone. We can have some people watch over her in Suna. But the village has to offer some sort of compensation to the invasion. And we need to send a smaller unit to Suna. I will send Kakashi and some Jonin then. They will head to Suna and remain there. If Iwa decides to march, they will confront them, Danzo said. As long as he could delay things a little, he was fine. But that still won't solve the bigger issue, which is Suna's financial position. Any attempt to stop the Wind Lord from sending missions to us won't benefit the Leaf, Danzo said with a shake of his head. I will work out on how to ensure the Wind Lord starts supporting Suna. Once this has been achieved, Suna will be given instructions on improving its military strength. Shikaku knew this was coming. Kids would be forced into hard training. The adults would do more than they usually do. And when Danzo's war came, they would be sent first. To die first. That man wasn't going to send Konoha shinobi to die when he had a village full of tools for him to use. What of the threat posed by the Akatsuki? There's still much we do not know. We can't move recklessly when we do not know. Danzo was a little dismissive. Shikaku, what do you understand about Kirigakura's position right now? The man was not possibly thinking about invading the mist, was he? It would be difficult for Konoha to pull off. They would need ships. And Kiri being adept to it, they could sink their ships. A large-scale invasion was out of the picture. It has come out of its civil war and has been rebuilding over the past years. I do not have much information aside from that. I see. Danzo paused a moment before speaking again. One reason I called you two here is that there are going to be changes in Konoha. Starting from the academy. Shikaku, your Jonin have been slacking off. They need to be all given proper tests. I want you to arrange groups of capable Jonin. They will be training with Naruto to get used to what is it like to face a Jinchuriki. Our enemies have 2 Jinchuriki each. We failed to deal with the weakest of the Baijuo. We need to improve on that. Naruto wished he was out on a mission at this point. Training shinobi. Getting people jumping on him. Danzo was truly preparing for war. The academy kids were going to be out through hell. In Danzo's Konoha, Sakura would probably never have become Genin if there hadn't been an improvement in her skills. I will make the arrangements. It must not just be fooling around. There must be intent to kill on both sides. Danzo was firm on this point. We have to deal with the sound. It attacked us along with Orochimaru. It is hardly relevant, Shikaku said. We would be wasting resources going after it when we already have Iwa to deal with. But we cannot forgive them for their actions. They must pay for the blood that was shed, Danzo replied in a hardened tone. Once we have stabilized Suna, we will move against them. It will also send a strong message against any small nation that may threaten to act against us. Shikaku shook his head. This is just going to make things worse. I have no interest in occupying the sound, just its destruction for attempting the same with Konoha. We will not be in conflict with any great nation if we do this, Danzo rebutted. You may leave, he said to Naruto. The blonde nodded and then departed without another word. How loyal do you think he is? Danzo went straight to it after Naruto was gone. A flight risk, the Onbu replied. This has been the assessment for a while now. The same with Sasuke. Danzo turned to Shikaku. Do you disagree with this? How could he disagree with the truth? Naruto could leave Konoha at any moment, and with his power, trying to fight him would be just a needless loss of valuable shinobi. Are you perhaps trying to get him to train with the best Jonin and attempt to learn his weaknesses? Shikaku asked after a light bulb moment. That is just another reason. Shikaku shuddered. He hoped there wasn't going to be a day Danzo suddenly comes and say, today, it won't be just training, restrain Naruto. He could see that happening if the War Hawk saw progress. The frightening thing was Naruto was secretive about his abilities. He was never going to show them everything and no doubt, wasn't going to show them his real weaknesses if he didn't have way of dealing with it. Shikaku hoped disaster didn't await them. Because if Danzo goes that route and fails, there would be hell to pay. We cannot have a Jinchuriki who is not loyal and not know how to stop him if he were to turn on us. That would be careless. As much as he was loath to admit, Danzo wasn't being completely irrational. He was making sense. Earlier, Tsunade was willing to admit to this strange feeling, relief with a spice of happiness. Not since Hiruzen stopped being her sensei did she ever think she would experience such emotion because the old man had woken up. He was far from the professor who taught them many years ago, just an old man. But as she has come to realize, an old man who kept this monstrous beast of Konoha at leash. To keep it from trying to abuse its overwhelming strength. He wasn't just a kind old man who followed the whims of the peace ideology. In fact, he was strong-willed. He was willing to shoulder so much pain, just to stop needless bloodshed. Had the Kumo incident involving the Hyuga clan occurred while Danzo was Hokage, a war would have occurred there and then. Over the greed of a man who respected strength and strength alone, and a man who had one simple principle: you were either a tool or an enemy. Danzo didn't do friends. He had people who were useful to him. And now wanted villages which would be useful to him. The road led to bloodshed. Tsunade smiled warmly as Hiruzen lifted his head, tried to sit up on the bed. Shizune was quick to help him out. She glanced at Jiraiya. He too was happy, but kept an expressionless mask. Took you long enough to wake up, Tsunade's tone was stern, her warmth disappearing in the worries of another war lurking if Danzo wasn't stopped. Hiruzen moved his stiff muscles. An aching old body. To think he would fail at this level. And even failing to die in his misery. Perhaps there was something that kept him alive. A duty he had to perform before going to meet the condemnation of his predecessors and one successor. This room, he was obviously at his compound. It would have been pleasant if he saw either Konohamaru or Asuma as soon as he woke up. But the fact that it was these two meant that there was something happening in the village or outside. How long? A week. That long? Hiruzen asked. Even Jiraiya looked very serious. How did things go? Naruto and Sasuke killed Orochimaru after he fled the village. Suna retreated. Jiraiya reported, moving away from the door after ensuring that there was no one to listen in on the conversation. The village is fine. There were no major casualties. But? Danzo became acting Hokage. Hiruzen felt an uppercut. A knee to the gut and a stab through the chest. This felt worse than realizing the true nature of his beloved student. He was happy Orochimaru was dead and in the hands of Naruto, but that Danzo was Hokage made him wish he was dreaming. But this was reality. He should have known something was up. He should have taken measures to stop this from happening. It just meant that Koharu and Homaru betrayed him. The daimyo? Yes. He got to him then. But what of Homura and Koharu? Even if Danzo had managed to convince the daimyo that he should be acting Hokage, those two should have been able to stand in the guard and tell him of my wishes. Jiraiya frowned. He was never able to solve anything. Not even how Suna was able to get inside the village. Danzo came in and blocked any investigation. His route was doing everything. Even Inoiki and Ibiki were being sidelined. But the glaring thing about it all was the silence of those two. Danzo did something. Blackmail or something sinister. They didn't support him, but they didn't speak against him. They just kept quiet. Hiruzen shuddered. He was now afraid. Danzo Hokage? This was bad news for the shinobi world. He needed to get up and sort things now. He doubted it would be easy. Danzo had even felt betrayed when Tobirama chose him as his successor. And perhaps it was telling. Nobody epitomized the ideals of the second Hokage better than Danzo. He had idolized the second. And yet, he had been skipped. Tobirama must have seen that Danzo could never be trusted with the power. He was extreme. Once more, Hiruzen had failed Konoha. Had he taken steps to quell Danzo long ago, none of this would be happening. It was because of his own weakness that he did not order for Danzo's execution even when he committed treason. Not just once. After all, even the Uchiha massacre had been done behind his back. He'd been open to dialogue. But Danzo had ordered Itachi. A complete wipe out of the entire clan. It hadn't been necessary. But another one of his failures to live with. Naruto? Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. What is happening to Naruto? He asked, almost in a panicked tone. Nothing bad has happened, yet. Hiruzen let loose of a long breath. At least Naruto was fine. The opinion of that man when it came to the blonde was obvious. And it didn't take a genius to figure out how he would treat him. Then what is happening? Upon assuming power, Danzo ordered that Naruto and Sasuke go to Suna. They were to force it to submit or destroy it. Fortunately, nothing came to that. But by then, Suna had already sent a message to Iwagakure. Konoha and Iwa haven't directly spoken, but there are tensions. According to Naruto, Iwagakure won't permit Konoha to take over Suna. Danzo must have really been plotting this for long. No, if he issued his orders immediately, he had to have known an invasion was going to happen. War? There is that threat from Iwa. But I don't think Danzo wants to go that far. Suna isn't in a good situation. He isn't likely to risk anything for it if Iwa persists. Meaning he would rather have it destroyed. Hiruzen smiled bitterly and glanced at the silent Tsunade. Did she have some thoughts about this? How did they pull this off? We are thinking Danzo had to have known about it. But he assumed the power while we were still fighting and immediately went to work in dealing with it. The results of the investigation are known to him only. Not even Shikaku knows anything. Hiruzen nodded. He couldn't allow Danzo drag Konoha toward war. He couldn't permit that man to destroy Suna. Naruto was no doubt going to be used in that regard as a weapon. Danzo won't likely want to leave his position. Get me Shikaku, discreetly. We will discuss steps to take before I go back to the office. Hi. Jiraiya allowed his smile to show. Before you do that, don't you want to know about your condition? The Sandaime Hokage smiled. It isn't anything good, I assume. I know my body. But regardless of what it is, I can't just sit here and allow Danzo to continue. I must fight him, even at the cost of my own life. Tsunade shook her head. What was wrong with these people that they didn't think twice about giving up their lives? Was it the same for Dan? You can't use chakra. Your chakra was poisoned and it had a negative consequence on your chakra system. If you try to manipulate chakra, you'll just spread the disease all over and it will kill you. It is fine, Hiruzen said. It was a miracle that he was alive. But that just meant that he couldn't really become an active Hokage. But everything becomes meaningless if I do something that costs my life and there is no chosen successor. Tsunade gritted her teeth. He was directing this toward her even if he wasn't looking at her. She wasn't ready for this. I'll take it. Hiruzen smiled happily. Excellent. It goes without saying that Danzo mustn't know anything until I confront him. We don't want him planning ahead. It isn't like he doesn't have a plan for when you wake up. He isn't stupid after all, Jiraiya said. Indeed, the professor agreed. This is why we must be careful about how we move. Or it could all be for nothing. The streets were quite lively. The mood different. It wasn't suffocating as it once was. And none were happier than Tucci and Ayame. He could understand their happiness. They'd been at his corner for years now. Even when his stomach threatened to go hungry. They were there, always. The good thing was that they were getting customers, thanks to a rising stock. The people who would have normally ignored this place because of him now came to eat. To enjoy the joys that he too enjoyed. As he savored his fourth bowl, Naruto glanced at his right, Kakashi took the stool on the right and smiled at Tucci, making his order. Naruto hadn't seen much of anyone since his return to Suna. 2 days now. He hadn't even seen anyone. Not even Sasuke. He wouldn't have stepped out of his house if his thought process hadn't been chaotic. Wretched with treacherous thoughts and bitterness. You're rather scarce these days. Even Sakura was asking if you were in the village and I had to reply with I don't know because I didn't know. Kakashi spoke, his tone quiet. Been doing some thinking but not really looking forward to meeting people. Kakashi smiled inwardly, remembering his dark days. The days he pushed friends away after getting into it too deep with Danzo. Then again, he'd been somewhat lost after losing Rin. Friends had been worried. If it was Sasuke, only Sakura would ask questions. The Uchiha wasn't a social person. He didn't do well in those spaces. But Naruto was. And he performed well. Naruto enjoyed being with people. Amusing himself by pressing them in uncomfortable places. He wasn't a sadist, just slightly mischievous. I guess things have changed. Yeah, Naruto nodded. It's a little difficult to accept and to take in. I'm also bothered by the situation with the third, he smiled bitterly. That was something he didn't want to face. Naruto didn't know how he'd deal with that. There were 3 people closest to his heart, Sasuke, Ino, and Hiruzen. There would be grief if anything happened to those people. Well, I've gathered my thoughts. That's good. You should see people. There are people who worry. I know, sensei. I know. But you always want to present yourself in a good picture. It does nothing to ease the worries of others when you are at the edge of a cliff. I think it is in those moments you're allowed to be free, Naruto explained. Ready for war? Nobody is ever ready for war. You lose people you love. You lose yourself. War makes you realize that no matter how great your power is, you can't protect everyone. His father was still Kakashi's sensei in the Third World War. Kakashi was still a skilled shinobi then. But even then, he lost his teammates. His father couldn't be there to protect his students because he was out on another mission. The same could happen to him. No human was omnipresent. To desire such power would be trying to be God. And so many have fallen into the dark path for trying to reach where no human could. Reality is a bitter thing. We all want to protect the things we value. We want to be there. To say you cannot protect everything sounds hopeless and you detach yourself a little, because as you see someone, you tell yourself, I can't protect you. And so to save yourself, you detach yourself. But we live with other people. We are humans. We will care. If you love, you will hope to protect. You will give everything to protect. It was when you failed after giving everything that crushed you. What more did you have to do? Was it all hopeless from the beginning? But who could live without hope? Even Sasuke had hopes. For a human, faith and hope were the wheels that kept them moving. Do you keep your heart cold because you don't want to hurt? Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head. That is just misery. Nobody lives forever, he chuckled, a bit bitterly. It sounds hopeless, but the truth is, we will all die. I may even die before you, sensei. I didn't know you were this realistic. Once more, Naruto laughed. I've always been like this. It was what helped me cope. You accept what the world is. Denial leads to more pain and suffering. But I've just never let reality stop me from living my life. Sure, I will die, but I'm not going to make it easy. Even when my legs are cut off, a sword plunged into my chest, I'm still going to crawl, trying to keep alive. Because we all want to live. Except people who've lost all hope. To live is better, huh? Dead people change nothing. What is dead remains so. But as long as you live, there is still a chance. Then again, it usually is the hope that kills you. He smiled. Do you think I'm extreme, sensei? Kakashi shook his head. We all choose the way we want to live. How we cope with our burdens. If by your choice, you have friends. You can earnestly laugh and we can still have such a conversation without compromised morals, then you are fine. Well, anything has to be better than Sasuke. Can't you talk without bringing my name into it? Sasuke butt in, as he pulled a stool, and sat on his left side. Naruto glanced at the Uchiha and then at his ramen. It was getting cold. He was talking too much instead of eating. Hello, to you too, Sasuke. You've been absent. I came to your house twice. You're not the only one, I hear. I'd thought maybe Danzo had sent you out again. No. Don't think that is ever happening. Even if I'm told I'm going to be alone, I won't be. Not being trusted means there will always be people watching me. Even now, we are being watched. Then where were you? In my basement. I'm afraid while there, I don't know much what is happening in the outside world, Naruto replied. He smiled, glancing at Sasuke at the corner of his eyes. Got bored without me? Don't be ridiculous. Naruto laughed and then turned to Kakashi. You need to introduce this one to new friends, Kakashi-sensei. Without me, he has no one to talk to aside from his vengeful self in the reflection of the mirror. Kakashi smiled. It's not that bad, is it? He then turned serious. Naruto, Sasuke. Listen, I've been told to prepare for a journey to Suna. We will be camped there. We may even have a confrontation with Iwagakure. Kakashi wasn't sure where he stood with Danzo. Given their past relationship, he was sure the man wasn't going to trust him again. But he still knew his value to the leaf. Be very careful with Danzo. You're either useful or not. And if you're not, then you become his enemy. Danzo believes only he can lead Konoha to great things. He loves and worships the leaf. But in a fanatical way. He wouldn't think twice about having someone killed, no matter their power, if he realized they can't be used and are only an obstacle to him. You two work together well. Danzo may try to minimize that. And he will play every trick he knows to get it done. Danzo knows some of us will never leave the leaf, so he'll push us around. And without care of whether we like him or not. But the two of you are different. There is nothing keeping you here. We know that, Sasuke said. And it has already started. Just nothing dirty. We haven't done anything to warrant it. Sometimes you don't need to do anything. It is the mere suspicion that can get paranoid people to act, Kakashi stated in a firm tone. He smiled, standing up. But I do hope to see you when I return. Of course. Once Kakashi was gone, Naruto released a long breath. Has Danzo come with the location of Itachi? No. I'm thinking of asking him to let me go on the search for him. That is going to be denied. And I won't be able to go with you. Danzo isn't going to risk having the Kyuubi taken. Naruto knew Danzo wanted Itachi dead, but he would have it done on his terms, to control the narrative. He certainly didn't want Itachi spilling the beans. Destruction. The man lived for it. I'm getting impatient, especially when I'm just sitting with nothing to do. Sasuke admitted. At this rate, I may end up leaving on my own. And will not permit anyone to stop me. Naruto wouldn't even waste his breath. If Sasuke reached a point where he decided he was going to kill Itachi, he needed to leave Konoha, then words were not going to change anything. Most certainly, if he found out about his connection with his brother and what he knew, it was going to hit their relationship hard. Let us hope something comes up before then. Naruto replied in thought. I suppose I must also take safety measures, he said as a clone appeared in a puff of smoke. The clone was already transformed, a black-haired woman. He nodded and she walked away. You're scheming a lot these days. Naruto smiled. You think so? Then, what are you doing? The Sandaime told me the feudal lord likes me. And in terms of succession, he plays a vital role when there is no chosen successor. Even if there is a successor chosen, wills can still be bent. The council convenes and formalities are done. But what if something happens and the feudal says, I don't like this successor, let us select another one? Wouldn't they be forced to abide by the wishes of the Hokage? No, Naruto shook his head. Feudal lords are powerful, my friend. I don't know about them pushing out an active Hokage, but when there is no one in the official capacity, they can hold the keys and it depends on who they like. If the Sandaime choose, let's say Jiraiya, but the feudal lord says, he prefers, Danzo and is firm on it. And then says, if Danzo isn't elected, he pulls out. Konoha can crumble as we know it and we would become like Suna, invading other villages for survival. Sasuke hadn't known feudal lords were that powerful. So, what are you doing? Just making sure things are run in order and nobody is using mind tricks to fool the daimyo. And if somebody is? Well, obviously, a new daimyo will have been selected. Or another plan to be made. Forest of Death. Naruto flashed his eyes open, sensing movement from behind. Anko was trying to be sneaky, but he felt her. Her hands touched his shoulders, her bust pressed against his back. He could feel her warm breath and sound of her heartbeat. Haven't seen you in while. Not since you returned from training, Anko whispered in a quiet, yet chilling tone. She licked his ear, and then continued. Been avoiding me? Naruto ignored the shiver he felt down his spine. In this situation, he wished he had taken that pervert on his offer. Jiraiya had offered to take him out to experience the joys, he would say with a dreamy look. But Naruto had refused. Perhaps it was the wrong choice then. Been too long, Anko. Naruto replied with a smile. He didn't move. He was sitting on a small wooden pole, meditating, at least he was before the snake mistress showed up. You've grown. Her hands were touching his forearm. She pressed, from the shoulder to the elbow feeling his muscles. A child has to grow. If Naruto said he wasn't getting a little excited, he'd be lying. What happened next nearly left him frozen, eyes nearly popping from the eye sockets. Anko's hand moved toward his junk and she grabbed him. Well, you have grown up in all places, she said with a whistle. It took a couple of moments for Naruto to calm himself, school his almost red features. He amused himself, he wasn't turning like Hinata, was he? Lack of experiences brought this much result. That's called abusing a child, Anko. She laughed, removing herself from his back. The woman then walked over to stand in front of him. He was grown. The stories about him weren't false. How she wished she'd been around when he returned. You killed him. Naruto smiled. Ah, that I did. I must admit, it was satisfying. It would have been better if he was begging for his life. Either way, staked him, chopped him into two and then made him disappear. Should have been there to see it, Anko complained. You owe me. Naruto folded his hands across his chest and then smiled mischievously. I would say you owe me. You got me a little excited down here and then just disappeared. Anko looked at him and then burst out laughing. What are you, a child? I am a child. Are you serious? Naruto held out both hands and then replied. I spent 3 years alone in an island, just training. There wasn't human contact. I only left once. But even then, the person I saw was undesirable. Stabbed me in the chest. Before Anko could respond, an Anbu dropped behind Naruto. You are wanted in the Sarutobi compound. Now, he whispered in a robotic tone. Naruto looked at Anko and then smiled, waving his right hand. Duty calls. Gotta run. And just like that, Naruto disappeared along with the Anbu. Anko sighed, and she wanted to show him his bingo book entry. Sarutobi compound. If tears came easily, they would have been streaming through his cheeks. But they did not. Only a smile settled on Naruto's face as he saw the Sandaime sitting on the bed, Tsunade on the side. But there was no sign of Jiraiya. But Naruto wasn't concerned about it. He was simply overjoyed to see the old man awake. And by the looks of things, he seems to have been awake for a while now. I was beginning to fear for the worst, Naruto said in a warm tone. He sat on the bed, and glanced at Tsunade before staring at the wooden floor. The Sandaime chuckled lightly. There is still some life in this body, he said. It would appear so, Naruto said, letting out a long breath. He felt as if the wheels that had come off in his mind had suddenly been put back. The relief washing over every cell of his body felt like a tonic. He was happy. This was going to put an end to the reign of Danzo and his misery. It had been a free fall straight to the depths of hell since the cold-hearted man took over the hot seat. But things were moving back to the way they were. Just the presence of this person would stall the ambitions Danzo. He wasn't stupid enough to think Danzo was simply going to welcome the Sandaime back and then depart the office. There could be some fireworks. Naruto glanced at the third. And he realized, he really didn't have much to say to the old man. Sadness would have gripped him tightly had the worst happened, yet, words failed him at this moment. I'm sorry things were difficult for you. Tsunade has already filled me on what you've been doing, Hiruzen said in a bitter tone. If I had done things right, you wouldn't have faced the prospect of being made a weapon. That had been knocking at his door. Of course, he owed Konoha nothing to have actually planned on agreeing to such terms. But this could be avoided now. Nobody sees the future. We always think we have tomorrow. Even the best laid plans can be destroyed by a single unseen hand. But I had seen Danzo's hand. He has always been dreaming about Hokage, Hiruzen said in a firm tone. This kind of talk changes nothing, old man. Danzo is not just dreaming, he is sitting at the helm of the village at this moment. We must think now. We must think tomorrow, Naruto replied in a hardened tone. Naruto is right. Regrets over failures aren't going to solve anything. We can think about it when we have steered the village in the right way. Because right now, we are heading toward war. This is a situation that we can avoid, Tsunade said in a hardened tone. You. Speaking like this, have you come to accept the old man's offer? Yeah, Tsunade nodded without any enthusiasm. I can't allow the village my grandfather founded to be turned into a war machine. I don't want to be involved in a needless war. It is going to cripple the village and cause more suffering for many. Some people have suffered enough. Because of wars, there were many orphans. Many who would never to be loved but would only know to hate. People like Orochimaru turned out the way they are because of parents lost. It was sad. This current generation was not ready for such bloodshed. They were born in peace times. Didn't know the horrors of war. If they could be shielded from it, Tsunade would do so. Naruto nodded. What now? You're not just going to walk into the office, are you? Hiruzen smiled. Of course. There are plans made. I don't want you involved in any of it. The adults will handle it. That is for the best. I just wanted for you to see that I'm alive and well. Naruto nodded and then got up. Tsunade followed him out of the room. After walking for a bit, she stopped and so did he. But he was the first to speak. Where is Jiraiya? On a mission. At this time? Does he know? Tsunade nodded. It involves capturing a Baijuo. He wants to halt the Akatsuki's plan. If they can halt their hunt, then they can formulate a strategy on how to deal with them. They appear to be moving for first until the last. If the third is taken out of the picture, they can't move to the fourth. Naruto nodded. This seemed like a delicate process. Want the old man need him? No. Tsunade shook her head. There are plans in motion. You want to tell me something? And I suppose it is something the old man didn't say. He doesn't have much time. I thought if he didn't use chakra it would be fine. But being alive is slowly killing him. Orochimaru was truly intent on making sure he died. He must have known that if it was normal poison, I would be able to deal with it. Naruto leaned against a wall, an expressionless look settled on his face. This was disturbing. Really, it was the hope that killed you. What was he to do now? Well, there was nothing he could do. And that was damning, but such was the inescapable truth of being a mere mortal. I see. He closed his eyes. How long? Tsunade shook her head. I can't tell. He didn't want anyone to know, but I felt you should know. If he goes to the office, it is only going to stress him. And there is no way he isn't going to use chakra. He knows, but he wants to correct things. Are all Hokage going to die by making a sacrifice? Is it the fate of all of them? Tsunade smiled bitterly. She wasn't the best advocate to this. I know they die by their own choice. Nobody forces them to do anything. Indeed. Before they sacrifice anyone and anything, They are willing to sacrifice themselves. Perhaps it is the knowledge that they've been sending shinobi to die during their reign. Naruto faced Tsunade and smiled sadly. But for this situation to be corrected, there is no other choice, is there? No. Tsunade shook her head. Only he can change things. Any attempt from one of us will amount to treason. But one feels that if it gets Danzo out of his position, then treason is something one can live with, Naruto replied. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Don't even think about it. You have a long future ahead of you. You can't think of wasting it all because of Danzo. He isn't Hokage but acting. He can be removed. Well, he will be now that the old man is awake. I think I'll sleep a lot better and won't have to think about being in Suna to make it history. Naruto's house. Ino see. Naruto was cut off by a jab to the gut by Ino. He'd just opened the door and this welcomed him. He could understand why she was punching him but he didn't think she'd get straight to it. I deserve that. Of course you did, Ino shouted. Do you know how many times I came to check up on you? Her frustration was apparent. Naruto would never do something as to ignore someone at his door. He was opening now because he heard her. She was the last person he would ignore. Without anyone even whispering to him, he had known that she would come to look for him. He'd not seen her since he just took on a tailed beast bomb during the invasion. I don't know. Been rather absent-minded, Naruto replied, folding his hands across his chest. So absent-minded that you couldn't bother to even come look for me? Naruto sighed. It hasn't been a pleasant time, Ino. I've had a lot to do and a lot to think about, he said. Ino stared, mimicking his posture. She knew things were hard. She knew that. But just because things were hard didn't mean that he had the right to shut her out. She worried. It's not like I don't know that, she scoffed. Are you going to let me stand outside? What does a girl want at this time of the night? Shouldn't you be resting at home? I'm an adult. Naruto laughed. I'm sure you had to beg Daddy to let you go out, he said. Are you not going to hit me if I let you come in? I could just shove you back in. I'm being polite here. Naruto sighed and moved aside. Ino stepped in and he closed the door behind him. She just started walking as if she was familiar with the house. He followed her into the living room. She stood by the entrance, waiting for him. He stopped in front of her and realized what she was waiting for. He held out his hands and she held him tightly. Almost like she was afraid he would slip away once more. I was really worried about you, she said with emotion. I'm a big guy. I can handle myself, Naruto replied in a warm tone. There was silence for a couple of moments before they separated. An awkward silence as she stared into his eyes. After a moment, she twisted around and then went to throw herself on the couch. With her face buried on a cushion, Ino spoke. How are you? A normal person would be very happy about me. I'm starting to become famous in the streets, Naruto said. He could have gone to sit on the other couch, but he decided to sit with Ino. He lifted her legs, settled comfortably and then put them on him. Ino didn't move her face from the cushion. I know it comes at a cost. This is why I like you. You see things other people don't. Shikamaru pointed it out for me. Ino admitted in a bitter tone. You think you're cursed to be miserable? Naruto laughed at her question. She would ask such a thing. Maybe. You not afraid of being cursed as well? If you stick around, you may also fall in line. Ino turned around, to look into his eyes. She smiled. If I don't stick around, you'll only be left with Sasuke. That can't be healthy. I don't want you to be alone. I was touched when you shed tears for me, by the way. Ino hurled a cushion toward his face. Laughing, Naruto caught it and then sent it back, hitting her across the face. You're not supposed to throw it back. You didn't tell me the rules. Naruto replied in an innocent tone. Ino glared and just thought of kicking him. I was worried, you know? I know, Ino. And I was honestly touched. You are the first person to have expressed such concern for me in that way for me. I haven't had a lot of people to care for me, but to know that you have, really made me happy. I've even reserved a special place for you in my heart. This is why I can't stay away from you. You'll be lonely and miserable with no one to care for you. That's funny, I thought it was because you loved me. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But I don't dislike you. Naruto laughed at this cryptic response. If people saw you coming, they are going to start rumors, you know? Who cares? Naruto looked at her and then shifted. Ino felt her heart pounding, her heart racing seeing his movements. She was frozen for a moment as he moved above her. His hands were on the sides, balancing him to keep their bodies apart. She yearned for that contact. She yearned for him to close the distance and just fall on her. But he did not move. But rather, just smiled. It was a smile she would never forget. Almost angelic. It caused her cheeks to paint slightly pink. Her nerves to run wild with foreign excitement. And then, he slowly descended. She thought he was going to kiss her, but to her disappointment, he did not. She nearly groaned at this. He just rested his head on her bust. She flushed, but quickly got over it. When he seemed to notice it, he stifled a laugh and then shifted back, resting his head on her belly. "I've never had anyone hold me lovingly, can you do that for me, Ino?" His voice was almost a whisper. Ino didn't need to think about it. She wrapped her arms around him. And then spoke. "You know, for a moment I thought you were going to kiss me." "Ha ha ha. That is so like you." Naruto replied. "I thought of it but then got nervous. I thought, what if you reject it? It would hurt. Uzumaki, I am at your house at night, lying on your couch and you atop of me." Naruto laughed. There was a bit of frustration in her tone. "There is no need to say it like that, Ino," he said, lifting up his head. His chin rested on her belly. "I really can't see you face because of your rack." Ino hit him on his forehead. "Ouch. That's what you g. Kya." It was the sudden move that shifted her entire body. Next moment he was atop of her and the next, she was above him, inches away from his face. When Naruto placed both hands at the back of her head, Ino leaned in. Their lips brushed. She couldn't hold herself, she felt she was being teased. But before she grew impatient, he captured her lower lip. She felt a jolt of excitement down her spine. Her eyes closed. His breath served as a relaxant. She enjoyed the smoothness of his lips. He separated a little too quickly but didn't permit her to look into his face. She was pushed down, her face resting on his chest. "Not bad, Uzumaki. Yet I hear complaints." "It's in your head." "Must be crazy then," he said carelessly. "There was a point in my life where I wondered if I would ever be loved by someone else. As a child, I could have never imagined such a moment, but I'm sure I would have never thought it would happen. Thank you for being in my life, Ino." "You shouldn't say things like that. They ruin things." "I suppose. You don't have to thank me. I enjoy being in your company." "Well, I'm delightful," Naruto said. "Can I close my eyes?" "Just wake up." "Ha ha ha. And if I don't?" "Tell my mother nothing happened. Or father is going to interrogate you until he gets to the truth." Following day. Karen shivered slightly when Naruto stepped into the office of Danzo. She felt his immense chakra. The potency of it slapped her heart, but there was some warmth in it. Seeing her, he seemed to recognize her. As she did. They had met in Otogakure after all. "Karen." He smiled, waving at her. "Naruto." "That's rather subdued," Naruto said, his eyes turning to Danzo. This dangerous man was bringing Karen into the picture. Surely trying to score some bonus points. He hoped nothing was done on her mind. Yet, he didn't worry much. Just knowing that Danzo was going to be removed from his position made him want to smile smugly and even tell the man some unpleasant words. But he swallowed his disrespect to the acting Hokage. Sai found her after going back to the hideout. "She is my gift to you." Karen narrowed her eyes. She wanted to tell the man that she wasn't anyone's gift. Not even Naruto, even when he was a fellow Uzumaki. "You have my thanks. Repay it by doing tasks assigned you." "Of course." "Have you seen Iwa's bingo book?" Naruto shook his head. "If you're asking, then they have put me and Sasuke in it. Nothing surprising. Though, I would have preferred they not know my Jinchuriki status." Danzo threw the book at Naruto. "What is done is done." "Indeed. Once more, you have my thanks." Naruto held out his right hand and Karen grabbed it. They disappeared from the office. Karen found herself staring at the door of a modest house. Naruto opened it and then welcomed her. She stepped inside and listened to the door shut behind her. She folded her hands and then stared at him. Back at the hideout, there was nothing pleasant about his chakra. It was just pure evil. A malicious darkness that had made her young mind afraid of him. Even when Orochimaru introduced him as a fellow Uzumaki, he'd not been kind. Your chakra has become a little warmer. Not suffocating as it was once, Karen stated. How did you raise your chakra to this level? Miracles, Naruto replied with a shrug. That is the first thing you say? Don't you want to know why you're here and where your beloved Orochimaru is? That bastard isn't my beloved. Thinking of him gives me the creeps. You jest. Last time I checked, you were calling him Orochimaru-sama. Karen shrugged. I have no reason to hate him. He saved me. Didn't do anything to me. Naruto laughed at this. You'll be surprised. Orochimaru has killed the families of the people he targets and then presented himself as a saint. Naruto showed Karen to the living room. Once settled, he spoke in a serious tone. What did that man say to you? Nothing. Did he ask about your abilities? Yes. What did you tell him? Are you interrogating me? You are in this village because I made the call. Now, Danzo is the bad guy who'll have animals bite your skin until nobody can even recognize you, Naruto said in a cold tone. I didn't tell him anything. Besides, Kabuto showed up and told me before that Sai arrived. Karen waved his right hand dismissively. But I never said I actually want to be here. Did Kabuto come back? Yes. He said he was looking for something and stated Orochimaru-sama was killed by you, Karen replied. Looking for a way to revive him. But he is being hunted down. He is sneaky, but whatever he wants is in this village and they want to kill him. They? Masked men. Karen replied with indifference. Naruto sighed. He hoped Kabuto failed in whatever he was doing. He didn't want to face Orochimaru again. Get comfortable. Unless something happens, this is going to become your new home. I don't recall agreeing to living with you. And I know this is about the Uzumaki, but what does that have to do with me? She is going to be difficult, Naruto said to himself. I don't want to compel you to stay. But you don't have much a choice. You can try to leave, but you'll get captured by Danzo. And he will discover what makes you tick. He knows Orochimaru doesn't keep people close to him unless there is something special about them. If I were you, I wouldn't display that I am sensory type of kunoichi and not even make a hint that my chakra can heal any wound. Is he that bad? Yes. Man sees people as tools to be used for him and when no longer useful, he doesn't discard you, he has you killed. Kabuto can testify to this, Naruto said, standing up. Come, let me show you your room. I'll give you money to get the things you want. When Hiruzen appeared in the office, Danzo wasn't even the least surprised. He had figured the old man would wake up. But of course, he had measures for returning to power. But he wasn't going to show hostility. Not when the old man appeared with Tsunade and the Anbu commander. He had found that Anbu were very loyal to the Hokage. Hiruzen was still Hokage and as long as he was still alive, he couldn't have everything his way. He was the acting and they were always conscious that their real leader was still unconscious. Hiruzen, Danzo said, leaning against the chair. He'd become too comfortable. To vacate this chair was unthinkable. He'd already made plans. And even redrawn maps. He couldn't allow this person to ruin it all. Danzo. It seems you've made yourself comfortable in my absence. Someone had to become comfortable to steer the village into the right path. You'd put us in a hole and I was trying to get us out. Are you sure you had nothing to with it? Danzo narrowed his eyes. Are you accusing me of something? Am I? I'm sure I merely asked a question. Hiruzen replied with a smile. You would do anything to get power. Even if it meant working with Orochimaru. Well, he is dead, so we can't prove anything at this stage. Indeed. Danzo nodded. Hiruzen didn't want to think about the flames that Danzo had put up. He was angry about it. But he could only sit in there and try to put them out as quickly as he could before they became raging wildfires. You've done well to make enemies, but I have returned. Please vacate my seat and let me know what has been happening so I can redo it. Redo? Danzo scoffed. I've done more for this village in the short days than what you've done in the past years. In any case, you are the Hokage. The man opened a drawer and then removed a scroll. The daimyo allowed me to carry this job. I was given the mandate to carry it out until you awoke. But this isn't so you can resume your duties but that you wake and your successor is chosen. You'll do the honors of calling the daimyo to come back. I could continue to act, but I do not want Konoha to be dragged into a civil war, not when we have conflict with Iwa. How noble of you. I was certain I gave Jiraiya orders for your execution. And I can carry that now. You do remember that I know everything you've done, right? And go against the feudal lord? He said such matters would be handled by him when he comes back. You want to take decisions for him? And just like that, Danzo departed from the office. Tsunade and Hiruzen were shocked. Neither had expected to see things happen like this. Hiruzen didn't even sit behind a desk, but in front of it. What the hell just happened? Tsunade questioned. Trouble. That was the only way he could explain what just happened. It is likely Danzo already knew I was awake. He may even know the daimyo will be here shortly. But what is true is that he indeed wouldn't want to see the leaf dragged into a civil war at this time. Despite his tactics, he still loves Konoha. In any case, we should be afraid. Very afraid of what will come next. I get that, but what else was his reasoning? Danzo must have figured that as long as he is acting and I'm alive, I would always retain the loyalty of the shinobi. For him to have complete control would be if I'm dead or if when the daimyo comes, he gets chosen on a permanent basis. Hokages always select their successors if they are able to. And no one has been able to usurp that. You have to be alive to select a successor. And the feudal lord must always rubber stamp it. A cage needs the support of the daimyo. Without it, we become Suna and most likely, scavengers causing troubles for anyone just so we can get jobs and fund the village. The feudal lord can make it so that other nations do not send missions to us. Without missions, our shinobi will leave to either become mercenaries or join other villages just for survival. Chapter 16, Death and Hope, Part 2. The relief that washed over Baki when he received the news that Third had returned to power was like a magical tonic. Gaara had already gone back to Suna with Kakashi. But he had been kept around, for sinister reasons, of course. He'd received word of a purge that occurred. No question the work of Danzo. He was really intent on controlling the Sand Nation. But such was their fate for foolishly thinking they could win against Konoha. Maybe if they had known that the Leaf had a Jinchuriki of its own, things would have been different. Perhaps Raza had decided to quit the ploy because he knew it was a mammoth task that Suna couldn't possibly achieve. But at least the Hiruzen was awake. The man was his savior and Suna's. The Sandaime Hokage was generous and not cold-hearted like Danzo. Immediately, he had known that Suna would be freed. It was the fact that he wasn't called soon that had him sweating a little. Sandaime-sama, Baki greeted the old man. He looked pale. Worse than before. It was apparent he wasn't in perfect health. Please sit, Baki-san. He noted, there was no smile. A stern tone that had him counting his numbers, just in case things took a turn for the worst. Thank you. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair. It was bothersome that Tsunade had seen it fit to ban him from smoking, citing his poor health. There was no connection between being poisoned and smoking. She was nonetheless the medic nin. He did right by forcing her to return. He would have died without her and Konoha would have been diving toward war in a free fall. He looked at Baki sternly and then spoke. I understand that Orochimaru had impersonated Raza-san to fool you all into leading war. But it is a fact that you all invited him and schemed with him. Yes, Hokage-sama. We invited Orochimaru, but the original plan was to scare the feudal lord. We did not save it, Hiruzen said sharply. Regardless of the reasons. I did have a good relationship with him, and he betrayed that trust by working with Orochimaru. Suna was already aware that we were looking for him, yes? Baki couldn't deny it. A message had come. If their shinobi were to come across any hideouts, suspicious of nature and even find information about Orochimaru, they could sell it to Konoha. But they welcomed the snake into their homes, and it poisoned them. Yes. You could have captured him and used that as leverage to come to some negotiation with Konoha. But you did not. I know what Danzo was trying to do. I don't agree with it. Which is why I have sent for Kakashi to return home and Suna will be free to make its decisions. Hiruzen paused. He'd previously made decisions that made people take advantage of situations. He couldn't fall into that route anymore. I've sent people to the Wind Lord. They will make sure he provides funding to Suna. But, for a full year, half of that funding will be paid to Konoha, for damages your invasion caused. I could take away Tamari from young Gaara and force her to become a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, but we would only earn his animosity. But payment must be made for the loss of lives. For the next 2 years, you will be stationed in Konoha. In the first year, you will not be permitted to leave the village, but will stay around, teaching my shinobi wind-based jutsu. Everything that you know. In the second year, you will be permitted to visit home. If, however, we find you doing treasonous or contrary to the agreement, you forfeit your life. Baki thought that was a light sentence but still much more than what he had expected considering this was the Sandaime. Suna would be effectively robbed of its best shinobi. And whoever will be leading the village won't be depending on his knowledge. If Sunagakure is to be attacked? In the first year, you will not be permitted to leave. Unless of course my successor changes things. But I have already spoken to her about it, and although she disagrees with things, this she has decided to abide. Basically, whether Suna is being attacked or not does not matter. Unless, of course, it pays for your services. It was still much better than being controlled. Even if Baki had to die as a result, he would be fine, if he was able to give Suna its freedom. But this would be cruel on him. He would just sit and improve Konoha while Suna is being attacked or facing an attack. I see. You can leave the village now. But I expect you back soon after discussing things with Suna. This isn't negotiable. You accept them or reject them. Baki wasn't going to ask what would happen if he did not return. Any Wagakure? I have sent a message to Aniki about this. Baki nodded and then stood up. Thank you, Sandaime-sama. I will depart immediately. Once the man left the office, Hiruzen didn't let loose of a breath he held. No, because there were people waiting for him. He sensed their presence and had signaled them to wait. A squad of Onbu appeared in the office. The captain stepped up. Hokage-sama. Yu Gao, please remove your mask. I won't be seeing much of you soon enough. He didn't have that long to live anyway. Yu Gao did as instructed and then dished out her report. We could not deliver the message, Hokage-sama. The feudal lord is dead. What? He died of natural causes, they said. Hiruzen blinked, wondering what the hell was happening. He could name his successor, but they couldn't act until acknowledged by the village council. He didn't have such issues, neither did Toburama. But the daimyo have become heavily involved these days. And to avoid a situation of anyone killing a Kage and then saying they elected him as the successor, some rules had to been changed. He could name Tsunade as his successor, and she could move into the office, but it wouldn't be official. Even Danzo could fight it because according to the letter, the man was to be acting Hokage until he woke up and a successor was appointed. Those were the terms. Waking up just meant he could select his successor and there would be no one to dispute it. But the daimyo dying delayed things. He had written, stating his intentions to name Tsunade as his successor. And calling for the man to arrive at the village as soon as possible to make it official. And then? We were informed that a representative would be sent. And according to customs, you will get to name your successor. Then why did they refuse to take the scroll? Because there was no one appropriate to read it, Yu Gao said. Fine. You're dismissed. Hiruzen waved his right hand and then heaved a heavy sigh. Everything was in order now. There was no one in the council who was going to reject his wishes. Tsunade would become his successor. Naruto's house. Just the person I wanted to see, Naruto said with a smile after opening to see Ino at his door. When you want to see someone, you go visit them. Why? When you can just come to my humble abode. Ino rolled her eyes. Just because you're a little famous now and the villagers know that you're the son of the Yondaime Hokage doesn't mean that you can just sit around and have people come to visit you as you're a king. News of the Sandaime's survival had already spread across to the village and there was much joy. He too found reason to be happy. He was doing his best to ignore the nagging feeling of caution that threatened him. It was because of such news that even his name resounded in the streets. The actions in Suna didn't hamper anything. He could have accepted it if nobody found out about his relation to Minato. He didn't want that man's shadow to keep him grounded. How did you step away from the shadow of a man who died to protect the village from the Kyuubi? You just couldn't top that. The gift of life wasn't something that came cheaply. Naruto laughed. Don't be like that, Ino. He moved closer to her and whispered to her right ear. You live in your parents' house. We can't do private things there, he said, his fingers dancing on her forearm. Private things? Ino kept a straight face. Uzumaki, last time I checked, you didn't know anything about private things. Ouch, Naruto put on a hurt look. That kinda of hurts my pride, Ino. He then smiled, moving out of the way for the girl to enter the house. Perhaps I should show you. I think we will all be happy if you could do that. You're a naughty girl, you do know that? Ino shrugged. I'm just an adult who isn't afraid to speak her mind. Unlike some timid people. Naruto kept his smile and followed Ino to the living room. Once she sat down, he settled beside her, resting his head on her lap with his face facing her. Before you make me forget, we are going to have some get-together tonight or tomorrow. You know, just to celebrate being alive and all. That'd be lovely, Naruto said quietly. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit of warmth. He was really enjoying having Ino around him. If she wasn't the one coming here, he was surely going to end up visiting the flower shop just to see her. Perhaps he could do that, help a bit. There would be nothing wrong with trying to get her mother to like him. Parents held sway over their children after all. Ino wasn't a rebel. She was her parents' child. He had seen it many times. Parents telling their children to stay away from him. At least, with Ino's mother, he hadn't sensed anything sinister. Then again, you could never know. There were people who could press you to laugh, and then when you turn away, call you a spawn of the devil. What am I to you? Naruto was silent for a couple of moments. A question that he didn't expect. He was simply being friends for now. But he understood the question had a deeper meaning attached to it. She really came here to put him a corner. But then again, considering the last time they were together, he could understand her question. Human relationships were complicated. Especially the ones where emotions played a role. They were unpredictable. But it was a fun unpredictability. At least when the other person wasn't dipping drops of poison in your food. Shouldn't I be asking you the question? I asked. Naruto got up and then leaned on the couch with his eyes closed. What to do? You don't want to get your hopes up for nothing, huh? Ino shook her head. She did like him. How deep was questionable. But sometimes Naruto was so unreadable, she couldn't even try to guess what was in his mind. Sometimes, there were even doubts he even liked her given his actions. We've just gotten closer, you know. I've honestly never asked myself that question. But you are someone important to me. Someone I want to care for. Someone I like deeply. Friends say that to each other. I remember saying I loved you. I was wondering who is it that came to visit, Karen said, standing by the entrance, her hands on her chest. Girlfriend? Ino glanced at the redhead and then at Naruto. There was woman in Naruto's house, and she'd come from upstairs. Ino hadn't gone there. She'd only used the bathroom, kitchen and this room. She hadn't even seen the back of the house, but this girl was coming from upstairs and Naruto never told her anything about it. She glared at him and then demanded. Who the is she and what is she doing in your house? His house? Karen smiled, and then walked over. She sat on a couch and looked between the two. This is our house. Explain, Naruto. And you better have a good reason. Naruto had a feeling that even if he said Karen was his girlfriend, Ino wouldn't be going anywhere. He glanced at Karen. She was amused about something. He sighed and then spoke. That is Karen Uzumaki. She is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. And she is a freeloader in my house. Clan. Just the two of them. Ino was speechless. If it was just the two of them, they weren't going to be talking about reviving the Uzumaki clan, were they? She imagined them trying to make little redheads. You're thinking something naughty, Naruto said with an amused look, seeing Ino's cheeks flush pink. I'm not. Ino denied it loudly. Why does she have to be living with you? Because we are of the same clan and I decided that she is going to be very close to me. Naruto replied in a hardened tone, just to get the message through to Ino. Ino quickly recognized the tone and slouched slightly. But it was Karen who spoke. How long am I going to be locked up in here? I'm going to go crazy just waking up to eat and then sleep. Karen put her hands on her head, shouting a bit hysterically. Naruto groaned at this. He wasn't hearing this for the first time. But he didn't want her to do anything in the village. She would not become a kunoichi. Absolutely not. You know Tsunade? The legendary Sannin? Yes. She runs a lab. They conduct some research. I can take you there and you can spend your times there and come back home here. As long as I find you having cooked something. You get lazy and just boil ramen. Cook for you? I showed you the pots and everything. You're a freeloader and now you want me to cook for you? What am I, your wife? You're certainly not my husband. I'm going to put a pillow on your face while you're sleeping. We'll save you from having you fall off the bed at night anyway. I do not fall from the bed. I was just that one time and I was having an unpleasant dream. Woman, have you seen yourself while asleep? I swear whoever is going to end up sleeping next to you will have to chain you up in the bed just so he doesn't get kicked off the bed. Karen folded her hands across her chest. Do you want me to tell your girlfriend there was a woman who left the house in the morning? Feeling Ino's digging glare, Naruto created a shadow clone. The clone walked up to Karen and held out its right hand. Come, let me go introduce you to her. Once they were gone, Naruto released a long breath. Karen was high maintenance. Too much energy. Were all Uzumaki like that? Well, not like him. Perhaps just the women. How do you know how she sleeps? Naruto slowly turned around to face Ino. She had a frightening look about her. He smiled nervously, scratching his head. Well, you see, I was just checking up on her. At night while she is sleeping. It doesn't sound as bad. She is new here and I wanted to make sure she was comfortable after I heard her snoring loudly. Can't trust what you say. Ino folded her hands, puffed up her cheeks. I might have to come and spend some nights here just to make sure nothing is happening. I wouldn't complain either way. Naruto replied with a smile. As long as your father doesn't come up at night to peek through the window to see if we are sleeping or being naughty. Daddy wouldn't do that. Sure. Baki halted, jumping down from a tree. He looked around, seeing that he was being pursued. Within a minute, he was surrounded by 10 men. He frowned. An ambush like this by masked men. It was usually a prerequisite to one's death. Baki-san. You are to return with us to Hidden Leaf. Danzo? Will you do so willingly, or will you do so under duress? No doubt, Danzo was plotting something behind the Sandaime's back. But what did he expect? The man wasn't just going to go away silently. The fear that he would die gripped him once again. To avoid death. To avoid anything treacherous, he had to defeat these people. The third Hokage had just given him his life back, and he would not allow it to get taken away. Why does it sound like you want me alive? Because before you die, we have an important job for you. Baki was very afraid of this. He took a stance and then watched them attack him all at once. Sakura smiled happily seeing Sasuke walk into restaurant with Naruto. She'd invited him over and he had refused, saying he had better things to do. But, seeing him here, she realized, the blonde must have spoken to him. He appeared to be the only one who could make Sasuke do anything. It was rather sad that her word meant nothing. She shook her head. She just had to be happy that he was around. She had missed being with her teammates and the others. Sasuke-kun. She greeted him happily. Sasuke didn't ignore her, he just nodded his head but was pulled in by Ino. Come sit with me, Sasuke-kun, she said casually, but her eyes fully on Sakura. What the hell, Ino? You already have Naruto? Sakura shouted, rising with her hands on the table. She nearly burned on hands on the heater. Who said I can't have Sasuke? Ino asked innocently. Besides, if I had Naruto, I wouldn't be dragging Sasuke. I'll take Naruto. Sakura replied without even thinking about it. Ino stared and then burst out laughing. Oh yeah? Take him. He is all yours, Sakura-chan. Seeing Sakura look at him and then frown before slumping down, defeated, Naruto took offense in that. Couldn't you have been happy, Sakura? Her heart is only for the broody bastard. She didn't even greet any of you but went for her beloved. Kiba was quick to point. This sounds like fun, Karen said to Naruto as she pushed in beside him. Kiba sandwiched her between and the blonde. Smiling, Naruto said, the night has only just begun, my dear Karen. Shikamaru, Kuji and Hinata were also present. The person who appeared to be missing was Shino. But the group that graduated together had gathered for the first time since becoming shinobi. He smiled at the Nara and then waved at Hinata. She waved back, with a brilliant smile. So, who is the redhead, Naruto? You're going to introduce us? Kiba asked with a smile, trying not to look at Karen. Naruto didn't immediately reply. It was a night of drinking with friends. He could afford this much. He didn't even drink that often anyway. So, he could be excused. He summoned 4 bottles and then put them on the table before pouring himself some. He took a sip and then smiled. A warning. Don't drink that if you can't handle alcohol. You're just a lightweight, Ino. Yeah right. She scoffed. I am human. I don't have the stomach the size of a giant toad. Something happened? Hinata asked cautiously. Shikamaru knew the story. A moment Ino wasn't most impressed with but something she held fondly because Naruto took her home even after she was out cold. But what did she expect? Naruto was a pleasant person. Maybe Kiba would have other thoughts. Yeah. Nothing happened. Ino shot Naruto a warning look. Naruto just smiled and then replied to Kiba's question. He put a hand over Karen's shoulder. This, my friends, is my dear childhood sweetheart. We were separated when I came back from my vacation. But I hunted her until I found her. Vacation? Karen laughed. He was talking about his time with Orochimaru. She removed his hand from her and then replied. He is dreaming. I don't even know him. My only sweetheart is Sasuke-kun. Not you too. Kiba groaned and then glared at Sasuke. Hell, team? What do you have that I don't? Do you really want that answer? Seeing everyone look at him, Kiba grabbed one of the bottles from Naruto and then took a couple of gulps. He felt it hit him hard. And then swore loudly. Fuck is this? My special drink. I thought you were something with Ino with the way she talks about you, Kuji said. He paused, putting in something inside his mouth while ignoring a shove from Shikamaru and a glare from Ino. Are you not going out with her? Naruto glanced at Ino and smiled. She was his. And there was no one who was going to change that. Sasuke was not going to take her away from him. Right now, she was fooling around. And so, could he? Apparently not. As you can see, Ino still likes Sasuke. Naruto then faced Sakura. You got yourself some stiff competition. This was stupid. Sasuke didn't know why he even bothered to come to this place. He shouldn't have agreed to Naruto's request. Even sitting at home or sleeping would have been better than this. He shot Naruto a glare and the blonde responded by smiling. Have a drink, Sasuke, and loosen up a little, Naruto said casually. Before turning to Ino. He saw her look and then sighed. Should I announce it? Well, I kid, Ino is my special friend. Girlfriend. And Karen is family. She is a member of my clan. Everybody knows you two are lovebirds, Kiba shrugged, dismissing this revelation. Your clan? Forget about clan? What do you mean everybody knows? Naruto demanded from Ino. Well, if you didn't spend a lot of time together, nobody would say anything. And Ino sings you praises everywhere she goes. Shikamaru replied in a tired tone. I don't do that. Kuji opened his mouth to say something and Ino cut him off. Say something and you will regret it, she warned him. Kuji just kept on eating. People do say someone who likes you is your biggest fan. Why does it sound like you're talking to me? Sakura asked with a stare. She was envious. Ino lit up when she spoke about spending time with Naruto. He was nice. He didn't ignore her. And even now, Naruto sat on the opposite side and they openly talked about things. But she couldn't even get Sasuke to smile, much less even have dinner with her. It wasn't fair. Was there no amount of reward for the love she had? There was truly a saying, no love hurts more than unrequited love. It was the hope that piped you. As long as the person was alive, even if they told you that you discussed them, you'd still hope. Not at all, Naruto replied with a nod. And yes, Kiba, a clan. I should run a campaign to make everyone know about my great clan. Great? Kiba scoffed. I've heard about the Senju. They are extinct but never about the Uzumaki. Are you sure you didn't get hit too hard while trying to defend the hospital? Ignorance is truly a sad thing, Naruto said quietly. Team, are you saying I'm ignorant? Naruto turned to Karen. She was busy chugging down the sake from the land of toads. He was going to end up carrying her home. Maybe Tsunade had worked her hard and she needed to make herself loose a little. He smiled, well, he wasn't complaining. Who wants to explain? The Shodai's wife was Uzumaki. As far the Uzumaki's connection to Konoha is concerned, the symbol you see at the back of Jonin vests and on the sides of shirts worn by Jonin is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. That is how important they were to Konoha. Were? Homeland invaded and the village is now in ruins. Shikamaru replied. He wondered just how Naruto felt about the fact that Uzu was Konoha's ally, and even then, Konoha didn't protect it and did nothing after its destruction. As far as history was concerned, the clan was peace-loving and never took part in wars. Even going back to the warring times, there is not that history of violence with the Uzumaki. He'd asked his father about how Uzu was destroyed but didn't get any answer he wouldn't find from a history book. It was a sign that told him he was better off not knowing. There were some colorful words after that. Sasuke was brought into conversation as well by some serious questions. Karen continued to drink, but nobody could really make out what she was saying whenever asked. Everything was going smoothly until Kiba asked. How does it feel like being the guy who transformed into the Kyuubi and then forced a great nation to surrender? He went straight into the subject of the Kyuubi. By now, everybody knew that he was a Jinchuriki. Perhaps they just chose not to talk about it until he brought it up. Given how almost everyone looked at Kiba, it was like an agreement had been formed. "We are never giving you a drink," Ino said with a stare. "But he can't be worse than Lee." What did Lee do? Trashed a restaurant. The guy was practicing a drunken kind of taijutsu style. Ino shook her head and then looked at Naruto. Given his strength, it's unsurprising, Naruto said before adopting a thoughtful look. To answer your question, Kiba, I feel nothing. But I must admit, after transforming and looking down at those people, I felt like a god. Demon, Kiba mumbled. He cried after Sakura stomped on his foot. What the hell, Sakura? But Naruto just laughed. He isn't exactly wrong. And I'm sure Kiba is just looking at it in this way. Would those people in Suna think, oh, that's a god? No, watching things get destroyed, they thought demon. Kiba stared at Sakura. Apologize to me. What the hell do you think about me? Sakura refused to apologize. And as Kiba drank a bit more, Hinata apologized for him and dragged him away. Shikamaru and Kuji followed. Naruto stifled a yawn and then shook Karen. We should also go home. What about her? Sasuke asked of Ino. I'll carry her. Help carry Karen for me, will you? No chance. Use a clone to carry her. Cold-hearted bastard. Naruto shot and then smiled at Sakura. She hadn't touched alcohol but just decided to drink juice instead. You're going to be a fine woman one day, Sakura. Not like these disappointing drunks. Maybe one day, you'll find someone who loves you just as you love them. Naruto wasn't going to give her hope on Sasuke. He didn't even know where things stood with the girl. Sakura smiled sadly. Thank you, Naruto, she said. Naruto nodded and then created a clone. It would have to send Ino back home while he carried Karen. Sasuke most likely wanted to speak to him. So, they could walk. If Ino found out it was a clone, she was going to be pissed off. She wasn't dead after all. Just silent, wide awake and apparently listening. Sakura said her goodbyes and was leaving but Naruto stopped her. He was familiar with the home alone walk. He shouldn't, but he felt sorry for the girl. They walked her to her home, while he carried Karen. She said her thanks again, with a bright smile. That was awfully kind of you, Sasuke said. Naruto looked up. Sasuke, even you recognize what kindness means. He smiled. Yes, I was being kind. Cruelty pays nothing. I've already told you, I don't want to be miserable. Grudges just make you bitter. Besides, what did we lose? I lost my time coming here. You should understand things, Sasuke. If you want to live the life of a loner, go become an Anbu. If you're going to become a clan head, you'll need to know the value of friends. There is such a thing as clan politics. Shikamaru, the Nara clan. And soon, he will probably replace his father as a Jonin commander. Ino will be doing her thing in intelligence, taking after her father. Sakura becomes the greatest medic and most powerful kunoichi. If you want to rise to higher positions, you become friends with such people. Thinking ahead, huh? It was so like Naruto these days. He was always thinking ahead. With Itachi still alive, Sasuke couldn't really think ahead. You already have a picture of Konoha's future. But that can change if Danzo returns to power. Not happening, Naruto said in a hardened tone. I heard he didn't even put up a fight when the Sandaime returned. That made me realize Danzo may have just been using the old man to calm things but would still return. Because a successor still needs to be selected. And with what he knew, sitting still would have been a mistake. He couldn't just act as if he didn't know anything. What do you mean by using the Sandaime? Danzo doesn't want to go to war with Iwagakure. He really doesn't want it. If the Sandaime returns to power, he calms things, and the plan we have originally cooked up becomes even more effective under the circumstances. What plan? Konoha would tell Iwa it was backing down if things become heated. But it would control Suna from the shadows. That Tsuchikage knows the old man. So naturally, he will have his suspicions, but he'll look at whatever punishment the old man dishes out and then say, maybe things are in order. But really, even with the punishments, Danzo will continue to control Suna. Yes. Naruto nodded. But none of that will happen. I have made arrangements to ensure it does not happen. Therefore, I can think about the future. Are you going to use her? Sasuke asked, glancing at Karen. I like Ino. And I'm not going to use someone. I didn't bring Karen here to pop up redheads. She can make her own choices. If she doesn't want to be involved with me, that is her choice. He felt Karen stirring up after saying those words. If you said something different, I would've burnt down your house and flee, she said in a sleepy tone. Damn it, woman. If you're awake, just say so. She didn't reply. Naruto sighed. It's easier to manage things with friends. You saw it with Suna. He glanced at Sasuke. Don't you wish to become Hokage, Sasuke? This is your village. Uchiha founded it with Senju. And Uchiha named it. But no Uchiha has ever been Hokage. It is because they've always been fearful of us. They? It is some people. But you're loved. Even if you're a broody bastard who doesn't display humanity, you are loved. If you became Hokage, nobody would complain. And you? Naruto shrugged. I just want to live my life. But to say I have no other dream would be a lie. I wanted to become Hokage before, but that was simply to become acknowledged. I realized it back then that you become acknowledged then become Hokage. For me, it had looked like an impossible task. But it can happen now. I just don't think too highly of that position. You make too many sacrifices. I don't think I would make a sacrifice for Konoha. I don't love it that much. Everything that begins must end. That was the absolute rule of this world. Nothing was forever. Even intangible memories became lost. Some, just simply corrupted. But nothing remained constant. Even his long, tremulous life was coming towards its end. And Hiruzen had many regrets than he would have liked. At least, he would die on his own terms and would have done something significant for the Hidden Leaf. For the shadow of Danzo loomed large. Hiruzen had what he needed to have the man executed for acts of treason. But he doubted it would be so simple. Not in his weak state and when Danzo had been poisoning his shinobi while he fought with the labors of Orochimaru. He glanced up, seeing the person he wanted to see, Naruto. The blonde had an expressionless mask on his face. Not often did they speak as much as he would have liked to. Hiruzen believed there was still much he could pass on to the blonde. Yet, it was about time. What more could he do now in his current state? Once Naruto sat down in front of his desk, Hiruzen started speaking in a serious tone. I wish I had called you for good news, the third started. Naruto shook his head. I'm old enough to understand that things are not ideal at the moment. For many people that is. He paused, staring at the old man. Besides, I also wanted to talk to you. About? He hoped Naruto wasn't going to tell him he was leaving Konoha. 2 issues. The Akatsuki and Danzo. I need to become stronger to protect myself against the organization. Aren't you all ready? Not quite enough. There is much that I cannot do. I want to leave Konoha and go into hiding to train. Sasuke will most likely follow. At least, it wasn't the self-exile he'd feared. But this was not the ideal time for anyone to go into hiding. Not when their enemies were watching. It wasn't like things with Iwagakure had cooled down. And the Raikage was threatening to bring his nose into things. But Hiruzen couldn't stop Naruto. No, he didn't think he had that option. Whether anyone liked it or not, Naruto was going to depart. What of Danzo? I suppose you called me here because of him. I have been a little busy watching. You must know, he kidnapped Baki. What? Hiruzen was surprised. But should he really be surprised? I think he plans to use the man to attack you. He can get close to you. And if he understands your current situation, he doesn't need to succeed, just make you think. Hiruzen shook his head. This was his failure. I've permitted him to do as he pleases for long enough, he said sternly. He'd given Jiraiya the order to have Danzo executed, but because the feudal lord was now involved, he had to wait for him. It was a disturbing turn of events. But once the Fire Lord stepped on, his actions were limited, lest he became rebellious. At which case, Konohagakure would suffer the consequences of his actions. He wanted to free Konoha, not burden it to its knees. The problem with that was that the feudal lord who made that arrangement was dead. And Hiruzen feared things would only become complicated. The hyenas left in the Fire Council were merciless political brutes. He has done many things in the past that I've overlooked. Even attempting to kill me, Hiruzen smiled at this. How he allowed this puzzled him. Even his sensei would be baffled. But such were his decisions. And he plans to do so again. I've already announced Tsunade as my successor. But the feudal lord can still reject your wishes. Political might can triumph your will. Naruto paused, wondering if he should tell the Sandaime what he knows. Danzo has Shisui's eye. I think he has been using it and plans to use it. The genjutsu it casts is subtle enough not to be detected. Hiruzen didn't seem surprised by this news. In fact, he just blinked and then released a long and tired breath. So, Baki will be controlled by it, he said calmly. I won't ask how you know but what you plan to do. You must have already known that there is news that the feudal lord is dead. Yes. I received that message after I sent my Anbu a message to him. Well, that report is false. He isn't dead. Danzo was manipulating him. He or a representative will be coming to Konoha for the election of the new Hokage. I plan to expose him in front of everyone. To watch him feel the whole of Konoha turn on him, call on his execution. The professor leaned back on his chair. So, Naruto was playing in the Fire Temple. A clone most likely was doing everything while he kept appearances here at Konoha. Unlike most people, Naruto had the chakra reserves to make a lasting Kage Bunshin. And he had informed the blonde that this would be solved by the adults. It seemed that Naruto had everything covered. And his words explained why Danzo has been silent. He knew he had the support of the feudal lord. It seems there is no need for me to say anything. But can you get it done? Yes. Even Itachi going mad can be blamed on him. For his hatred of the Uchiha and lust for power. The third understood that it was not just about removing Danzo from the picture but to completely dismantle him. To crush a man's hopes, huh? After all, he was still to be executed. Hiruzen had evidence to present to the feudal lord. The problem was on whether the man was being manipulated or not. It seemed that Naruto had a plan for that as well. Which made him curious. No, there were many curious things. He already knew Naruto had contact with Itachi, but now it seemed that there was more that the blonde knew. And it could only be from the Uchiha. I'd called you because I know my time is soon coming. But I'm glad that you are making this effort, Naruto. It gives me peace to know that even if I die, Konoha will be well taken off. The third dying? Naruto never gave this much thought. He didn't want to think about it. Not that much. Simply because he didn't know how to process it. He became subdued. His expression displaying a range of emotions. I wanted to let you know that things will be well. What I didn't know was Danzo's ability to control other people, the old man said sadly. Nothing short of a public campaign would have brought him down if I didn't know this. Corrupt people have become leaders. Some continue to be leaders, simply because the political powers support them. Power is everything. But Danzo will not successfully use his power to gain Konoha. You have thought things through. I have. Do you have any desire to be Hokage? Naruto shook his head. No. I do not want to be a leader. It is too much responsibility. I want my freedom. To enjoy my life. I still cannot really express myself because I'm constrained, he said in a sad tone. I see. But what constrains you? Scars of the past and fear. I've discovered, fear is a very powerful thing. Naruto stared at the old man, switching the subject. Are you really going to die? He couldn't imagine coming to the Hokage Tower and not find the old man. For all his life, the old man was there. Forever present in the village and his life. Lies, deceitfulness and yet, much loving. The relationship had it all. Yes. It seems so. I would have liked to introduce a girl to you and say, old man, this is the girl who has loved me, Naruto said with a laugh. You can still do that. Sure, Naruto smiled and then glanced up. There has been much that we haven't spoken about. Much that we have kept to ourselves. I am to blame for that. Perhaps. But, what am I gaining from this? There is so much I would have liked to share with you. But memories of the old. The scars kept me from doing so. I don't really have anyone I can share certain things with, Naruto said quietly. We've never really spoken deep about my parents, the Kyuubi and my time with Orochimaru. I suppose I still have issues with the latter. It isn't something I really think about. Does having Karen there not make you think about it? A little, but we were children. Little kids at that time. I can't put much weight into anything. Naruto shook his head. I know my body. What Orochimaru was trying to do. I know. So, what do you want to know? Shikaku stared at Naruto. The Sharingan implanted on Naruto's right eye socket, pulsing with immeasurable power. In this secret hideout, just him, the blonde, the Anbu commander and the Sandaime Hokage. He felt a little weary looking at the eye. The unnatural way in which it looked. And the way it made the blonde intimidating. He should have been at the forefront of dealing with Danzo. But no, he was only getting roped in. Perhaps he'd been a little passive. But even the old man had admitted, once the feudal lord spoke, there was hardly anything they could all do to stop him. In such times, political power was superior to their raw strength. Money was everything. Shinobi villages were controlled by money. Without it, they could not function. They were just civilized mercenary groups. He glanced at the old man. With each passing day, he seemed to grow weaker. He has never truly recovered. It was obvious to all those who watched him, it was just a matter of time before his body gave away. Danzo has done many things. And I allowed him to get away with it because of my own weakness. Hiruzen started in a weak tone. There is evidence that can be presented, and he can be executed for his actions. But he has control over the daimyo. Or at least used to. Naruto finished. Shikaku nodded, seeing the big picture. It was as he had feared. What if Danzo had tried to kill the Sandaime? What if there was evidence about it? If the feudal lord said it didn't matter and such things should be buried, they would toe in line. For they were all in a subservient relationship with the man. He spoke and they nodded their heads. Perhaps that was why the Sandaime was trying to make the leaf self-sustaining. If Konoha could function without the daimyo, then his influence would wane. Used to? I have sorted that out. And the daimyo is secretly making his way to Konoha. Of course, as far as Danzo is concerned, he is dead. What seems to be the concern now? If Danzo no longer controls the feudal lord, then he is finished. Shikaku knew there was a problem somewhere. Lord Sandaime might not be alive by the time the feudal lord arrives. He is barely holding on, the Anbu commander replied in a stern tone. Danzo has also brainwashed Baki and has made him target him. Naruto has a clone watching him. Shikaku glanced at the blonde. Clone. Transformation. Naruto shrugged. It is the aftermath of the old man's death that we have to deal with. No mistakes. We can't allow anything to slip. Surely, if Danzo catches he is going to meet his end, he will not lie down. There is something you're not telling me. Shisui's eye. You know the genjutsu it could cast was powerful. Danzo has that. Hiruzen explained. I suppose Naruto has the other half. Shikaku paused, allowing his mind to wander. He frowned, deeply worried about the conclusion he reached. Danzo was acting Hokage. There is no telling if he used that ability on the Jonin or Anbu. If we handle things wrong, it could lead to a civil war. But can he do that? Danzo has had the eye for years. I don't know how far his control is. Koto Amatsukami is not supposed to be used continuously. In fact, on normal use, if I were to cast it on you, it would take some time for it to recharge. But there are other means to be able to use it without limits. Hiruzen would not forget that Shisui had offered to use it on the entire Uchiha clan. And he could have done it, and no one would know. No one would be able to tell. Danzo had attacked him because of that power. Already Danzo had made plans when he was acting Hokage. Moving swiftly to set up the groundwork. It did seem that he wanted to return to power. Then there was no way he didn't make use of his means to ensure no one denied him of his right to rule Konoha. We are not going to handle things privately, which is what will make things tricky. Things will be handled publicly. And if it is out in the open, and Danzo has those kinds of plans, there will be bloodshed, Shikaku sighed. That is the concern. Yes. I can think of something, the Nara said confidently. This was the first time Naruto came into her house. More specifically, sneaked into her house and then her room. She had nearly screamed when he woke her up. She smiled, seeing him in his glory by her bedside. But there was something strange about him. He seemed so open. So naked. She couldn't say he was the Naruto she knew. Something had happened. Ino's expression softened, her mind racing. With the Sandaime back in the office, she thought he would be happy with life. Relieved he would no longer be used as a weapon. Something wrong? Naruto slowly climbed on Ino's bed. He rested on his back and stared into the dark ceiling. This is a foreign territory for me. I've not had the experience with relationships. In fact, with most people, it was usually studying them. Throwing stones at them to see how they would react. But this has been different. Maybe that is why I have been hesitant to express myself. Maybe because I have to trust you. He shook his head. No, it is because I trust you that much that I am afraid of you. Ino didn't have a response. She just stared at him and let him continue speaking. But, I know I must let loose a little. To live means doing that much. I must. I have to grow. Naruto shifted his head. To face Ino with a warm smile. The girl who loved him. The girl who accepted him. He was glad. He was happy. Without you, my life would be sad. No different from Sasuke. Ino rolled her eyes. Can you stop talking about your girlfriend for a moment? Naruto lifted his left hand and searched for Ino's. Once he found it, he held it gently and then spoke. I love you. Ino became silent. This was the first time he was saying those words to her with such raw emotion. Her emotions told her he was being honest. Her heart raced. Excitement building within her. But it was cut short. Why had Naruto looked so down when he came here? This was not a prelude to something bad, was it? As if he could read her thoughts, Naruto spoke again. I had a conversation with the Sandaime. It made me realize that we are not eternal. And there is also something I want to ask of you. He closed his eyes, taking a short breath. Besides, I really didn't want to sleep alone tonight. What did you want to ask? Ino asked carefully. I have to leave Konoha for a year or two. With the Akatsuki hunting for Jinchuriki, I will be next. I need to go and train to be strong enough to protect myself. But I don't want to leave without you. A day later. Bad news traveled quickly. The news of the Sandaime's passing had spread around the village like a wildfire. For a moment, the village came to a standstill. You realize just how much he was valued in this nation. The streets were mourning. Generations have been around with the old man as Hokage. He'd fought wars for the leaf. Given the leaf the Sannin. And now, he had gone to rest with other Kage. Yet, for Naruto, it was a loss he never thought he would experience. Even when the old man had been lying in coma, he'd rejected that he might die. It was painful. He didn't want to confront the emotions that came. The pain of loss. A new emotion. Different kind of emotion. To have lost a grandfather. Lies, yes. But B was a grandfather. The person who showed him what it meant to be cared for, to be loved. And he was gone. A part of him gone. A part of Konoha's history gone. And there was no Orochimaru to brutalize for this. It was the Sannin's fault after all. Naruto strolled through the streets, hands inside his pockets, ignoring everyone who tried to talk to him. He'd been called into the Sarutobi compound by an Anbu. He saw Asuma and Tsunade. And then, the frail corpse of Hiruzen. He hadn't said a word. But stood still. Remained around for a while before strolling out silently. Tsunade had said some words but he hadn't heard her. Perhaps it was because of the nagging voice of the Baijuu within him. Once getting into his house, he went to the back. It was great Karen was in those dark places laboring for Tsunade. He just wanted to sit alone and drink with no one disturbing. He grabbed his bottles, and leaned against the wall, bare feet touching the sand. He was on his second when Anko showed up. She didn't say anything but just sat beside him, grabbed the bottle and took a huge gulp. She glanced at him and then stared at the empty field ahead. When Orochimaru fled from Konoha, there was some negative thought toward me because I'd been his student. I was just a child when he took me in, Anko said in a thoughtful tone. I didn't have friends. But the old man helped me a lot. He was always helpful. Naruto glanced at Anko and then where his eyes had been. Now I feel uncomfortable. I'm not used to hearing you talk like that, he said in a quiet tone. It was really unlike her. When had he even seen her looking sad? She had her moments, but Anko was well, Anko. He smiled thinking about her personality. And I've never seen you looking like a zombie. You missed one of my great moments in Orochimaru's hideouts. There were days I was lifeless, you'd think I was dead. What was he doing to you? He was just a sadistic bastard. You show him mental strength to deny him and he decides to have fun by trying to break it down. He once got me a prison mate. Then killed him. And then had me practice jutsu on other people, Naruto replied, deep in thought. Those were the mental scars he would forever live with. But the death of the Sandaime was something else. Nothing that killed the heart but something that shattered feelings. You think You're never going to see that smile. That voice. There would be no saying Gigi unless haunted. People die. Old people already had their expiry dates given. You knew it was coming, but accepting it was another thing. You could try to think about it and say logically, he had lived far long, he should have died long ago. He did indeed live a long life. A full life, if you could say. After all, he lived long enough to have a grandchild. That does sound like him, Anko answered, eyeing Naruto carefully. You okay? Yeah. I will be. You came to see me? I was just passing by, she said. Heard from someone say a dead man was walking along the streets. I came to check if this was true. Naruto smiled but did not laugh. May have overdone it a little, he said. To everyone, he was something, huh? He said in response to Anko's earlier statement. You'd be surprised if you think you were the only one and thought you were special, the snake mistress said. Yeah. Naruto nodded. You okay? Yeah. Anko nodded. I was prepared. Knew this was coming. Everyone who knew him well knew it was coming. Except if you were having denial issues. She glanced at him. You were not seeing him, were you? Naruto shook his head. I was told he didn't have long. We all know we will die one day, but nobody has a date. However, when circumstances come, it is like you've been given a death sentence and a day for execution. You would have done yourself a favor if you'd gone. She stood up, and then put a hand on his shoulder. She then picked one bottle. I'm taking this with me. You must pay for it. Anko leaned in and then captured his lips. An experienced woman. The delicate of her touches. Purposefulness. Hunger. Desire. Lust. She pulled away and then grinned. Paid in full. Naruto just smiled and then watched her leave. After a couple of moments, he stood up, but staggered a bit, nearly falling. That was a first. He knew his limit, so he never drank past it. Was it the whirlwind of emotions? He shook his head and then walked into the house, shutting the door behind him. He put a hand on the door, and it glowed slightly. Nobody could get in now. They could all just knock. Karen could pass through the barrier since her chakra was activated. Satisfied, Naruto walked toward his room, for an afternoon nap. Ino smiled seeing Naruto stir slightly. She'd been watching him sleep for the past hour or less. He reeked of alcohol. But she hadn't minded it. His silent snores, the peaceful expression he had on his face had been pleasant to watch. She'd been afraid, he would be tormented in his sleep. After all, she'd heard he was walking in the streets with a dark cloud over his head. But she was glad, he was able to sleep. She hadn't known he was that close to the Sandaime Hokage. When his eyes snapped open, she put a hand on his wild hair. Ino? He looked a little surprised. Not that I'm unhappy to see, but how did you get in here? He was a shinobi and this woman had sneaked into his bed without him noting it. Had he been that out of it? No? The reason for the barrier was because there could never be an intruder. Even if someone managed to slip through the barrier, it would wake him up. So, in this house, he could afford to drop all his guards and just be free. Your nasty wife let me in. Nasty wife? Redhead. Naruto blinked. She meant Karen. He turned to the side and then faced the ceiling. This was the first time Ino was in this place. He felt weird yet a little bit of a rebel. Perhaps it was the many emotions that ran rampant within him. He turned around and stared into her eyes. She was here. About the Sandaime. To comfort him. Yet, there was still the question that was never answered. Naruto wasn't going to demand nothing of her. I'm sorry. Ino uttered sadly. Naruto looked defeated. She just felt sorry for him. She wasn't used to seeing him so down. Naruto shook his head. His right-left hand moved toward her cheek. He caressed it for a moment and then smiled. I'm happy you are here, he said in a whisper. To this, she pulled him closer to her. His face in between her bust. She didn't mind. They were dating. I'm gonna suffocate and join the old man if you keep this up, Naruto said in between his breaths. Ino quickly released him, and then smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Naruto shook his head. He was a little content being in this position. To have Ino in his bed. The girl he loved. He realized, if she didn't answer him, they would be separated. He wouldn't have this anymore. He wouldn't have her. That was depressing. I'm sorry for making you run around me. It wasn't because I didn't like you. I was just undecided over what to do with Karen around. But the truth is, I love you, Ino. I'd always liked you when we were children. You were a friend. He paused, smiling warmly. I've been happier with you around. It's fine, Ino whispered. Not the childhood crush, but you grew on me, Uzumaki. And I fell for you. Don't bring that brooding bastard into this. I was Jew. Naruto put a finger on her lips, just to stop her from talking. We've got this room to ourselves, what do we do? Aren't you going to tell me? The following day. If the walls could be dressed in black, it would have been done. Almost everyone wore mourning clothes. For the Sandaime Hokage. It would have been suitable had the clouds gathered. With a bit of fire jutsu, they could be created. Unnatural, but a blanket of darkness would have suited the mood in the village. It was often in death that even people who hid in the closet came out to display their love and affection. Their sadness. Naruto was sure he would haunt anyone who cried after he dies when they couldn't even smile at his presence. Looking around, the sad expressions. There was nothing that connected people aside from a common cause, either it be pain or hatred. Whatever the cause, humans were at their peak of their powers when they were united. A pity, it was never usually in happiness. Thousands gathered. Words were sad. Tears were shed. Stories were told. Truly a memorial. Had it been the same for his father? No doubt, for his mother it was nothing but silence. For the village sought to erase her existence to cover up its strength. It was amazing how people knew the Yondaime had a pregnant wife before the massacre and then suddenly, nobody really questions what happened to them. It was all about the sacrifice. This world was truly crazy for people who sacrificed their lives. Naruto was going to live his life. He would not be making sacrifices for anyone, unless it was for his family. At the death of the memorial, Danzo took the reins. The Sandaime did not die to what happened in the invasion. He was murdered. The man exclaimed. Naruto almost laughed. I was predictable. They were allowing the man to do this knowing that he was going to give one of his speeches, just to catch him in the act. But Naruto had never thought he would play his role so perfectly. Yet, a part of him felt sickened and infuriated just seeing the man. There was silence and the people started to look at each other. For the villagers, this was news. A story that had been kept from them. Naruto felt his insides twist with anger at how the man just paraded himself. In fact, he felt his usually strong-held emotions trying to break free. But a hand on his shoulder stopped him. He glanced over his shoulder. The last person he expected to see, Sasuke. You want to cause a scene? The Uchiha asked in a quiet tone. Naruto almost laughed in a bitter tone. That too would have caused a scene. No doubt, he would have been forced to commit to mental evaluation. Nobody wanted an unstable Jinchuriki. Hearing that from you doesn't really make me happy. Though there was nothing in Sasuke's face, Naruto was certain he saw a small smirk. He was usually the one dishing out lectures. But today, he was the one on the verge of losing control. Control yourself. The damn Uchiha enjoyed saying those words despite the circumstances. It seemed that there would always be competition, no matter what. Konoha, we cannot let this slide. The person who did this must pay, Danzo continued. One of the rude ops brought a beaten Baki before Danzo. This man. Hiruzen showed him mercy. Allowed him to go home and even instructed Kakashi to return after our Jinchuriki had forced Suna to surrender. He took advantage of Hiruzen's kindness. Having seen that Hiruzen has freed Suna, they made a deal with Tsuchikage. If Baki gets the head of the Hokage, Iwa would defend it from punishment. I tracked him down and brought him here. He will be executed for his actions. And we will not let Suna get away with this. Not even Iwa. The roar that followed. Anger and grief was something else. Even when he trained his ops to be emotionless, Danzo knew how to manipulate the emotions of others. Obviously, if the Sandaime was murdered, the village would demand those involved in it to be brought to justice. It didn't matter if Iwa and Suna denied it. The fact was Danzo said it and this moment meant the villagers would be with him. Even if Tsunade took charge, she would face the pressure. And who would even take responsibility for such an action? If Danzo pulled the village into war tomorrow, they would support him. They would give him their children to take to war. Nobody would criticize him for going to war now. Shrewd and evil. It was no wonder he was the master of the dark arts. But such a man wasn't supposed to talk in the light. He should always walk in the darkness. But it was about to end. There is actually a plot that I didn't tell you about. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He knew Naruto had been scheming. But he didn't bother to ask. He knew it had something to do with Danzo. What? Naruto smiled. Oh, just wait and see, Sasuke. Wait and see. It is going to be fun, the blonde said. A sudden shift in the air. Not long ago this person was leaking a murderous intent, and now he was smiling happily. What the hell was wrong with him? Danzo-sama. It was Naruto who called out. Calling the former acting Hokage out in such a sad tone you would actually pity him. All eyes turned to the blonde. Even Danzo's measured look turned to him. But the man did not reply. In fact, he seemed to want to continue with his program, but Naruto spoke again. Forgive me for interrupting you like this. But I would like to say a few words. Please permit me. He was begging. Danzo glared sharply but nodded his head. Is it true that you're the one who killed Shisui Uchiha for his Sharingan? Is it true that you manipulated Itachi into committing the Uchiha massacre because you wanted the Uchiha gone? Is it true that you manipulated the feudal lord into appointing you acting Hokage? Is it true that you tried to kill the Sandaime Hokage before? Is it true that you're hiding Shisui's eye under those bandages? There was silence. A complete silence with eyes shifting between Naruto and Danzo. Outwardly, Danzo was perfectly calm. Inwardly, he was seething. Just that Naruto dared to say such things. The blonde could be easily handled. But it was just that he dared that infuriated Danzo. After all, Naruto wasn't the most liked person in the village. I didn't think you were the type of person who would dishonor the Sandaime by making such wild accusations. Wild? It was a voice that had Shinahi and civilians alike shifting. The voice of Jiraiya. The legendary shinobi was walking alongside Tsunade and the feudal lord. Upon seeing the three move through the crowd, Danzo knew there was something wrong. First, he didn't know the Fire Lord was in the village. Secondly, when did Jiraiya return? It seemed that they had been plotting behind him. Thirdly, wasn't the man supposed to be dead? To make his move, he couldn't allow this farce to play out in the public. It would ruin his reputation. He motioned for his Anbu to come and fetch him. But there was nothing. No one came. Not even the man who brought Baki before him. Danzo knew he was doomed then. Doomed as hell. He panicked. He focused on the villagers. The shinobi. They were starting to glare at him with contempt. Yet, Danzo remained perfectly calm. Inwardly, at least. Danzo, before I appointed you acting Hokage, Hiruzen had made a wish that you be executed for treason. Those were the words of the Hokage. Do you remember them? Danzo did not reply. Jiraiya was enjoying this. But he had to keep a serious face. This would mean the death of Danzo in his dreams. It was a pity they had to ruin the memorial, but he knew, the old man would be happy things were happening like this. Danzo would join him in the afterlife soon enough. It was just a pity, much had to be put on Naruto. Then again, this had been his plan. Still, he would have liked it if they had done everything without the blonde. Perhaps this would also work well on his reputation. Danzo, the feudal lord has asked you a question. Do you refuse to answer? We should be discussing things in the office. Not here. Tsunade burst out in a laughter. A frustrated laugh. You were here trying to get everyone to hate Suna. You were trying to frame Baki for murdering the Sandaime, she shouted. If you refute what you've been accused, reveal those bandages. Show the villagers that you don't have Shisui's eye and you didn't murder one of Konoha's promising shinobi because you craved his power. Show us that you are being falsely accused, Danzo. But if you do have the eye, it just proves you manipulated the feudal lord simply because you wanted power. Danzo did not budge. He would not do as they demanded. But it didn't seem like he had any options now. Was this his end? No, even if they exposed him at this moment, they would not do anything to his life. He could figure a way out then. For now. His thoughts came to a halt when Jiraiya suddenly appeared in front of him. A full squad of Anbu behind him. There was no help. He couldn't cause a scene. Restrain him. The Toad Sage ordered. The Anbu held him forcefully, bringing him to his knees. This humiliation. He would pay it back. He would not let these people get away with this. The problem was that he couldn't use Shisui's eye now. Not with those damn Hyuga watching him. And if the feudal lord was here, it meant someone had changed his manipulation. But who had that power? Sasuke's Sharingan did not have that power. It couldn't possibly be Itachi. The Uchiha was a loyal servant. Sasuke watched with anger. Had his brother been manipulated? No, that couldn't be true. But as he watched the Sharingan revealed in Danzo's right eye socket, he couldn't help his anger and suspicions. As far as he could remember, his brother had been the one suspected of killing Shisui because they were friends. But to think it had been this man. Now, it isn't that time yet. Sasuke glared at Naruto for keeping him out of the loop when things affected his clan. We will talk about things later. You have a lot to tell me. Your connections with Itachi and about this. Indeed. But not now. Naruto had to make sure Danzo wasn't killed. And if he was killed, Sasuke did it. The Uchiha would want to kill someone once he has found out about his clan. Hokage office. With Danzo shoved in a dark cell, only 4 people knowing where he was locked, it made Tsunade take a breather. She was satisfied they avoided things becoming bloody. If not for Naruto, they wouldn't have been able to get it across the line. Again, it was a pity that the Sandaime's memorial had to be disturbed. But it was what was needed to be done and he had agreed to it. And now, they could rest a little bit. But of course, the villagers were demanding a public execution for Danzo. Once he was exposed, people had become angry. He had stood there, trying to manipulate them into supporting his mad circus for war with everyone over an invasion he had plotted with Orochimaru. It didn't become better when the villagers were even willing to listen to Baki make a confession that the old man had sent him back to Suna, but then, Danzo's people had ambushed him. He was going to attack the Sandaime until he was stopped by Naruto. The only person who came out good in all that mess was Naruto. But he hadn't been around to take the credit. His root forces must be kept in their hideout until we have executed him, Tsunade said to the Anbu commander. Is there anyone else who is suspicious? The Anbu commander shook his head. We have sorted issues at our end. Naruto's other eye was useful. But what are we going to do with that eye? Shikaku asked. I will think of something. It is a dangerous weapon since it is virtually undetectable. Tsunade frowned. A person like Danzo would be paranoid to have something like that with him. Someone who could control the entire leadership of the village. Admittedly, it made her wary a bit. There is something of concern immediately. We must resolve things with Suna immediately and then deal with Iwagakure. But I'm more concerned about Naruto leaving and why I was not told about it. She glared at both the Anbu commander and Shikaku. It was an agreement made between him and the Sandaime. He will be departing with Sasuke, the Uchiha, to hunt down his brother, and then they will train a little bit. Naruto expressed concern for the Akatsuki. And wants to be prepared. But this is a difficult time for Konoha. We don't know how Iwa is going to take things. We could go to war. I'm told that is not happening. The feudal lord has said he will put pressure on his counterpart to smooth things, the Anbu commander replied. Either way, those two will be available if anything breaks out. Later that night. It was just after 11 p.m. when a familiar presence came into his house. A clone of Itachi in his house. He took him down to his bunker and then stared at the elder Uchiha. You have a good timing. I have been keeping an eye on things, Itachi replied. I was concerned when I heard that Danzo had walked into the office of the Hokage. He is fine working in the darkness, but as Hokage? He is a man with corrupted principles. You would know better than anyone, Naruto said. He had a couple of questions to the Uchiha about the sacrifices that he had to make. If Itachi ends up telling Sasuke the truth, Danzo wouldn't be killed by Jiraiya. Sasuke wasn't going to allow that to happen. And if someone else took his revenge for him, Sasuke was going to end up doing something that would force him to take some extraordinary steps. To avoid calamities, Naruto had to make measures he would otherwise not take. Itachi, how do you decide between the things you love? You cannot pick two, but can only pick one? I loved my clan, but I also loved Konoha. I had to make a choice between the Uchiha and the village. I chose the village because ultimately, I lived as Itachi of the Hidden Leaf, and still am. I did what I wanted to do to avoid an even greater loss. Had the clan gone into war, the village would have been dragged into a civil war and the name of the clan would be forever known as the clan that became so power-hungry it decided wage a civil war. My choice left the village intact and gave my clan a fighting chance. Sasuke can still restore the clan. The lesser evil, huh? What choice do you have to make? Between a love for now and securing a future in which I can be free. My ultimate goal is to live my life in happiness. To exist in this world with its flaws and corruption. But I know this world isn't that generous. Even if I were to leave Konoha to avoid being in a situation where I will be forced to make sacrifices, I will be hunted wherever I am because of my power. I will always have to look over my shoulder. But if I stay in this village, and a time comes where to protect Konoha, I won't be able to sacrifice anything. If that happens, this village will turn on me and things will be back to square. It just seems like I have to way to escape the treachery that follows. Naruto paused, shaking his head with a sad look on his face. I choose love. I'll be happy. Very happy. But the Akatsuki is still around the corner. They might come. This village becomes in danger because of me. The people I care for could be in trouble. When you love someone, you will put yourself in the line for them, because you cannot live with looking away. I'm still young. Many years ahead of me to make mistakes and then still be able to cover them. That is the only thing that works out for me now. There are certain paths that once you cross, you cannot escape from, Naruto, Itachi said. But, he smiled slightly. I trust that when it comes to it, you will make a choice that is for the best. We hope so, Naruto said in a thought tone. Have you come for Sasuke? The Akatsuki has attacked Kumagakure. The 2 tails was taken and there are orders to go after the 3 tails. After then, Kisame and I have orders to go after Iwa's Jinchuriki. They are moving quickly now. If I do not face Sasuke now, it may become too late. Come to the Uzumaki Mask Temple with him. Isn't it closer to Konoha? You can make a barrier to make sure that the chakra doesn't come here. Naruto nodded his head. Fine. I will be there. He paused, staring. And I hope you don't suddenly change and then say you want his eyes instead. Itachi smiled at this. You make jokes? Love them. If you were friendly with your brother, you would find out that I make fun of him all the time. He tilted his head to the side. Actually, I think I just bully him. Karen was peaceful in her sleep. There were no sheets on the floor, legs spread as if she was a terrorist. If only she could be this quiet during day, then everyone would have some peace. He hoped he wasn't making a problem by waking her up. Either way, this was a problem he had to deal with, considering the circumstances. Moving closer to the bed, Karen's eyes flashed open. What the hell are you going in my room? Naruto smiled, folding his hands across his chest. I came to collect the rent. You've been living under my room for free. I've decided you must pay rent. Don't worry, you don't even have to wake up. Karen glared at him and then flipped to the side, staring at the ceiling. Late night like this. Perhaps she was used to Orochimaru's hideouts where there were all kinds of animals who'd wander into places they weren't supposed to wander. Although she slept, movement easily woke her up. Then again, with his chakra glowing up like the sun, Naruto was hard to ignore. She turned to the side, and stared at him. You look rather beautiful without glasses. But I still prefer you with them. Flattery? You have a girlfriend. And you're disturbing my sleep. I'm going to sneak out of the village for a little while. Depending on Sasuke's mood, we might have to leave Konoha now. I'd planned on staying a little while longer, but I doubt Sasuke's mood will permit it. Now? In a couple of hours. Before morning. When I come back, Sasuke will need some medical attention. So, he will be in your care. Then we'll do something else and then depart the village. Pack everything valuable that you need. Karen stared Naruto. She rose from the bed, sat up, ignoring that she was exposing some of her skin. It didn't matter. He'd already seen her naked anyway. Something dangerous was going to happen. He'd already told her that they might end up leaving Konoha. But it was nothing permanent. And she'd been adjusting to this village. She frowned. Did he have to go with her? What was he even plotting? No, if it was something good, she would be staying behind. And he wouldn't be sneaking in the night like this. I really don't want to know what you're going to do, she said, still staring. Do you have to? Yes. Karen nodded and then smiled. Well, at least Sasuke will be around. We are going with him, yes. Ew. Just go shag the Uchiha already. Maybe I will. Karen shrugged. You're going to leave your girlfriend behind? You know, she is going to cry if you just leave like this and might not even forgive you. Naruto smiled bitterly at this. He hoped that things wouldn't turn out like that. I'm going to leave a clone to tell her goodbye. I owe her that much. She has been a delight to my life. If I just leave without a word, it would be cruel. A pity, Karen said. Must I get anything for you? Naruto shook his head. I'm already prepared. I just need to take a couple of scrolls. And that will be it. He then turned away. Transformation jutsu was quite something else. For him, even better since it wasn't a genjutsu but a real transformation. He could take any shape or form. To get out of the house, he'd turned into a bird that couldn't fly. He'd just sneaked through the shadows. But as he did so, he realized, there really wasn't much he needed to be afraid of. Sasuke had gone back to the Uchiha compound and he immediately went into the main house. The poor bastard wasn't even sleeping. But just sitting, staring a portrait of his parents. Naruto transformed into his real form and then stared at the portraits. To think that Sasuke would just be sitting here, staring at dead people. He didn't even know what the Uchiha did when he was home. He shook his head. This was sad, truly sad. Now, this is disturbing. If you had a girlfriend, or had just taken, Sakura, you've been staring at her instead of this. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and then back at the portraits. I have flashes of that night. I think I first activated it then. The Uchiha said emotionlessly. My mother was a kind-hearted woman. Although my father was a little indifferent at times, my mother always took care of me. But Itachi was the best. His face twisted. It is why I cannot forgive him. It seemed that you had some family, Sasuke. But I don't wish I was in your position. To have everything taken away from you by the man you admired the most has to be the most infuriating thing. Sasuke nodded. I admired him. Wanted to be better than him. My father even only started paying attention to me when Itachi started to change. He once even told me to stay away from him. I couldn't understand it then. But now I do. Itachi had focused most on the village than the clan. He joined Anbu after all. Fugaku would have wanted to have his family with him. He would have wanted his heir to take clan seriously and think clan before village. It was sad if the man had hoped by taking his young son to the battlefield, he would make him a better shinobi who understands the shinobi world. But all that it did was turn Itachi into a pacifist. Your mother and my mother knew each other. Unsurprising, really. I wonder how things would have been had they survived. Naruto shook his head. Your vengeance awaits. Come, Itachi is waiting for us. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan came to life as he rose. Where is he? And after I kill him, you will explain to me exactly what your relationship is with him. I haven't been asking because I don't want to end up thinking you're scheming with my enemy. That is just scary, Sasuke. The masked temple was without any mask. Naruto had removed all the masks from the temple. It was the property of his clan and now they laid deep within his house. At the center of the place, Itachi was there, sitting in a meditative position, his eyes closed. Hello, Sasuke-kun. Itachi. You've finally decided to stop running away from me. But tonight, I will kill you. I will avenge our parents. And if you fail? If you fail, I will be taking your eyes. You have nurtured them nicely. Lightning burst, and Sasuke lunged at Itachi. He drove his sword toward the Uchiha's temple, but Itachi burst into a murder of crows. You still attack recklessly like a child. At this level, can you really avenge the Uchiha clan? Sasuke's Susanoo bust to life in its incomplete form. Itachi matched this. Sasuke would have to pay for destroying the temple. This, Naruto thought seeing the temple exploded when a gigantic Susanoo burst through it. Itachi's crimson Susanoo also followed. It was just a summer slam of monsters. Without a barrier, Konoha Anbu would have been traveling to this place already. He did hope none of the attacks reached it because it wasn't that kind of barrier to withstand attacks. A good ending would be if they both die. Naruto heard the Kyuubi said. He was silent, wondering if he should reply to the beast. He already knew it didn't like the Sharingan. It hated those eyes and seemed to know more than it was willing to let on. Has being controlled by the Sharingan left you so hollow? Then again, Shukaku would probably laugh at you if he see you being controlled by those cursed eyes. Which is why it will be good if they both die. Not happening, Naruto said. But don't worry, no one is going to manipulate you. But I still want to who manipulated you on the night I was born. Something that wasn't supposed to happen happened that night. What will you do once you know? As Sasuke gets his revenge, I must also kill the person responsible for my misery. The Baiju laughed. The only person responsible for your misery is your father. He is the one who decided to seal me into you. You saw your mother's chakra chains. She was capable of holding me to one place. But your father decided to be smart. He caused your pain. Was he being baited or tormented by the Baiju? Naruto wondered why it decided to keep to itself over the things it knew when they would be helping both of them. Lack of trust, perhaps? Yes, the Baijuo didn't trust him. He was exactly like the rest of the humans it hated with every inch of its chakra. This was a beast that proudly told him it was hatred when its hatred nearly let him let lose control. I suppose he is partly to blame. And you for killing them. You say that, but I don't sense any hatred from you. Not even to the one you say you want to kill. You don't hate him. How do you hate someone you don't even know? There were many events that occurred that night. And I was not there. I didn't see anything. I just lived the aftermath. But it was all caused by one person. Then it is indeed true, someone was manipulating you that night. Was it really the Uchiha clan? The Kyuubi was silent. Your mother was giving birth at a secret location. The Uchiha didn't know. But a masked bastard is the one who extracted me from your mother and then used those damn eyes to control. I suppose he is the same person behind the Akatsuki. If we come across him, I'll give you all my chakra just to make sure you kill him. You hate him that much? Not as much as I hate Madara. Where does the Yondaime rank? No, the Shodai Hokage. He is the one who started this. Him and Madara I would love to kill. But they are dead. They both said some things that I will never forget. You are going to tell me? Silence greeted him. Well, this was nice. We should do it again. Maybe next time, you'll give me your complete top 1-0 of most hated. Naruto turned around, and quickly folded his hands just across his face to block an incoming right-footed high kick from Sasuke. The kick slammed into his wrists, forcing him to skid backwards. The Uchiha wasn't done, he drove his sword forward, stabbing toward his chest. Naruto was forced to his use left hand to take the hit. He didn't even wince when the sword pierced through his wrist. He just shifted his arm away from his body and then stared at Sasuke. The Uchiha looked murderers. Battered, yes, but he reeked of so much killing intent, even the Kyuubi would shudder if those eyes glared at him. They were burning with pure unadulterated hatred. Naruto had never seen he would see such a look. It was apparent, he was over the edge. He did right by coming here. A little bit of push and he would tip over to the other side. He'd been flirting with it his whole life after all. Now he understood why Itachi worried that Sasuke would turn on Konoha. But damn Itachi. He was leaving him with a mess to clean up. He probably battled Sasuke until the end, and when he saw it, he decided to show Sasuke the truth. He wouldn't have done it at the beginning because he too wanted to be punished for what he did. But he most likely told Sasuke he would love him no matter what happened. Naruto's eyes sharpened dangerously, his chakra leaking dangerously. You're attacking me, Sasuke? You knew, Sasuke shouted furiously. You knew about it and yet you never said anything. You allowed me to take orders from that man when you knew. He ordered for my clan to be wiped and was going to do it to Suna as well. Ordering an Uchiha once again. Naruto tilted his head. Obviously, Sasuke wasn't in his right mind now. It wasn't time for jokes, he knew. He had to be brutal here. And so what if I knew? You're going to attempt to kill me too? Your only friend? I took a risk with my life to help you awaken your Mangekyo and now you want to kill me too? He said those words with power, increasing his chakra levels to dwarf that of Sasuke. Sasuke halted momentarily and Naruto used that chance to act. While a clone appeared in a puff of smoke, he grabbed the arm holding the sword around the wrist. His hold was firm, simply to avoid Sasuke using chakra. The clone dropped down, its right foot sweeping through the ground, before catching Sasuke's legs. Naruto immediately let the Uchiha go as he began to fall. He jumped, slamming both legs into the Uchiha's chest. They crashed to the ground, Sasuke buried, he, standing above him. Naruto swiftly leaned in, his knee on Sasuke's chest, and then pressed his fingers into Sasuke's eyes. I gave you those eyes, you ungrateful bastard. If you look at me again with those murderous eyes, I will gouge them out. To drive the message, he pressed in, causing Sasuke to yelp in pain. Now, raise your left hand if you're calm enough to talk? Ah, you might be asking why you're losing power. It is because one of Mokuton's strength is that certain jutsu can absorb chakra. It was why the Shodai was effective in gathering the Baijuo. Hesitantly, Sasuke raised his hand. Naruto sighed and then got up. He stepped away from Sasuke and glanced at his left wrist. Already, healed, huh? He thought mildly. Sasuke didn't stop glaring. He just sat up, and then put his sword beside him. When did you find out? Not long ago. After we returned. Itachi came to me. He'd never told me anything before. And you still worked with him? He had no malice toward me and had not lied to me. I knew he cared for you. It didn't matter what else. As long as he was telling me things that helped you grow in power, I was willing to help. Naruto looked up, smiling. I was curious about this love shared by siblings. Itachi's love for you is something I'd never seen before. He killed everyone but couldn't kill his younger brother. He even went as far as to threaten Danzo if he ever did anything. Why would anyone make such an order when the village was the one who made the Uchiha feel like they had nowhere else to go? Danzo. He was the one with mistrust over the Uchiha. He always feared their power because he couldn't control it. Something perhaps he learned from the Nidaime Hokage. I will murder him. And those people, they call my brother names. They scorn his name while enjoying the peace he created. The one who brings peace is usually the one who ends up being hated. You knew this and look at you? How can you stand them, Naruto? How can you stand those people? Naruto sighed. He indeed did right by coming here. But those were not questions for today or now. Sasuke was too angry to talk. I asked you if you wanted to become Hokage, think about it now. And lead those ungrateful people? Well, you'll have time to think about it. Itachi didn't do the massacre alone. He had help, and who helped him? Sasuke blinked. Itachi had shown him something like that. My guess is that the masked man behind the Akatsuki is the man, and he is the very same person who caused the Kyuubi to go on a rampage on the night I was born. That man is a man we must kill, Sasuke. He too has caused us to suffer and now plans to make this world his as well. But we cannot hunt him down while tied to Konoha or as we are. We need to become stronger. He then looked to the direction of the village. Danzo is waiting for us. Let us to and remove him from existence. After then, we leave Konoha. Sasuke stood up. You've said something that makes sense and I can agree with for the first time, Naruto. Don't be ridiculous. You're the one with nonsense. As they started walking away, Sasuke mumbled any apology. Sorry for attacking you. Huh? Can you say that a little louder? If you didn't hear that, that's your fault. Karen stared at both Naruto and Sasuke with her hands folded across her chest. The latter's chakra was almost depleted. And if she wasn't mistaken, they still had something to do after this. He looked depleted, but he wasn't wounded that he needed her help. He could just take a chakra pill if whatever they needed to require more chakra. Are you ready? Naruto asked her. Yes, she said. You don't look ready. There is something we must do, Naruto said, dropping Itachi's corpse to the floor. Take the eyes from this corpse and put them in Sasuke. Then have him bite you to make him heal so he can use his eyes immediately. Why are you ordering me like this? Karen. Naruto stared. We don't have much time. You owe me, she said to Naruto. She then walked over to the kitchen and took some tools. When she came back, she ordered Sasuke lie down. Naruto then walked over and spoke. Allow me to compel you to sleep. I want to feel everything. Crazy bastard. Naruto replied. He didn't make a sound when Karen surgically removed the eyes. He didn't make a sound when his eyelids closed to the empty eye sockets. He just waited until she forced them open. He felt when she inserted Itachi's eyes, his power. Here, Karen put her wrist around his mouth. Bite and be gentle. Sasuke didn't question anything. The moment he bit her, he felt the pain slowly go away. He felt his body starting to return to normal. He laid there, silent for a whole minute before asking. Last time I checked, Danzo was in a holding cell. His escape has been arranged and my clone is busy acting as his replacement. Once we're done, it will, he made a puff sound. We are not really supposed to be doing this. Anbu are also watching Danzo's hideout. How are we going to deal with it? Naruto smiled. Genjutsu, of course. What about me? You are leaving now. A clone will be with you. We will join you. Don't forget the other clone. Yes. Naruto replied with a sad look on his face, his tone subdued. Root hideout. In his glory, Danzo thought it was ironic that he had to face this test. He was the one who ordered Itachi for a massacre and now Tsunade had just ordered another, and it was Sasuke coming. The lone survivor of the massacre he commissioned. It wasn't even funny that things had come to this point. But he should have known that Tsunade wouldn't just let him go back to his office. He too had a Yamanaka, so he could play with his memories. He didn't care about exposing his secrets now. There was just no way out for him without going this far. I didn't think Tsunade had it in her to order such a mission. Ah, you think we are here on such orders from the Hokage? But we are not. I know about the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke said hatefully. Danzo disgusted him. He already wanted to kill the man, but seeing him clothed in the eyes of the people of his clan, Sasuke wanted nothing but to cut that man off and remove all those eyes. Danzo's eyes narrowed. I didn't think Itachi was the type of man who would tell. Ah yes, he didn't even say anything about you attacking Shisui. If he had said something, the Uchiha clan would have probably had you killed. And maybe the massacre might not have happened. Either way, the only reason you're alive now is because of Itachi's pacifist views and his love for Konoha. Naruto couldn't understand the decision to allow Danzo to keep Shisui's eye. What Danzo did was wrong and had to be punished. Perhaps it was Shisui's will that nothing be told. Then again, in Itachi's life, decisions have never been based on what is right or wrong. Moral values had no place in shinobi business. You know about that as well. Of course, Naruto looked around for a moment then and turned around, summoning the sword of Totsuka. Sasuke. Got it. The moment Sasuke replied, Naruto had already disappeared in blinding speed. Amaterasu. Danzo narrowed his eyes, and then cursed when his Jinchuriki burst into a black flame. Those flames that couldn't be extinguished. But what made him swear was that Naruto had suddenly just appeared behind them. Behind his Jinchuriki. His men were too late to even act as the blonde swung his ethereal sword. After appearing behind the burning Jinchuriki, crying and trying to put out the flames, Naruto swung his sword in a downward slash. There was no resistance as the sword cut the man in half, from his head down, equally turning him into two pieces. The bloodwork that followed was overshadowed by three who jumped ahead of him. 3 wooden spikes burst forth, skewing the 3 who were in mid-air. Naruto was forced to jump back as he saw a horde of bugs charge toward him. As he landed, he saw them still charging toward him. He allowed his sword to disappear and did hand signs, converting chakra through his lungs into fire. Fire style, Great Fireball no Jutsu. He released a monstrous ball of flames from his mouth. The intense flames lit up the entire structure before encountering the bugs. All of them were entirely swallowed by the flames and none escaped before the jutsu died out. There had just been 15 men with Danzo. Sasuke assumed some of them died in his many missions. After all, for Danzo, the mission was more important than their lives. Locking eyes with the War Hawk, Sasuke focused. Amaterasu. The flame caught Danzo and he burnt for a bit before seemingly disappearing. He appeared fully whole, charging toward him while doing hang signs. Wind style, Vacuum bullet. Sasuke immediately activated his Susanoo. The bullets were invisible to the naked eye. But he could see them with his Sharingan. The bullets hit his Susanoo head on but did not break it. Danzo kept on charging toward Sasuke but came to a halt when something pierced through his chest. He glanced below and saw a blade coated with wind. He turned behind and saw a long stretched sword. He wasn't the only one who was pierced by the sword. Another one of his agents had been pierced through by it with Naruto standing a distance away from him. Once more, Danzo rewrote reality and appeared a distance away from the two. What the hell, Naruto? Sasuke demanded of Naruto. I just wanted to see something. I thought I was dreaming or may have been caught in a genjutsu when he just disappeared and then came back. You know, his chakra disappeared. What the hell is he doing? I don't know, Sasuke replied. But check his eyes. 2 eyes have closed already. I guess as each time he does that trick, he sacrifices his eye. Sharingan abilities. That's cheating death. We should also have that as well. Our path is going to be dangerous from here. We may need to also be able to cheat death like this. Just don't interfere, Sasuke said, deactivating his Susanoo. This just gives me the chance to kill him over and over again. I want to enjoy this. Don't sacrifice the right eye. I want to salvage it. But knowing him, he most likely has some thought. Don't let him run out of options before I act and gouge his eye out. You want to do it while he is still alive? Yes. Sasuke smirked. Fine. But don't blame me when you do it and he still has it set to use that jutsu. Is it that time? Ino asked in a quiet and sad tone. That Naruto was leaving, and he had asked her to leave with her was something they only spoke about once. They've been ignoring the subject in the past couple of days. Naruto didn't press and she liked to pretend that it never happened. Is this goodbye? That was, if she was not leaving with him. Yes. Since you never answered me, I imagined you didn't want to leave Konoha behind, even if it was for a while. I can understand. You have a family here and friends. I was asking you to leave that behind, for me. A little selfish, he said with a laugh. I was actually just going to leave without saying anything. Can I answer you no? I have had the time to think and talk about it with my parents. Naruto smiled. Sure. Ino shared his smile. Chapter 17, The Mask. Happiness was truly a blessing in life. How did one dismiss the fulfillment and the content the heart experienced for the sole purpose of harboring misery and contempt? Perhaps Sasuke was better placed to offer an educated and experienced answer to that question. Then again, once the heart was shattered, it was difficult to patch it up. Importantly, people had different tastes. Corrupted reptiles like Orochimaru found happiness in the misery of others. Moral values and a compass be damned. What were those strange concepts to begin with? Shinobi were killers. Murderers who would do anything for the sake of their villages. Naruto was alive to his sad reality. But he appreciated the difference in how others chose to live their lives. A flawed world did sometimes produce unique creatures that sought to defy the logic of the very world that gave birth to them. For Naruto, to be in this moment, was worth living. And maybe even defying the gods who made them. It was rare to see shinobi living like this. Perhaps those who have grown in war had no appetite to bring children. But it did not stop them from loving. Naruto could proudly proclaim to the corners of the shinobi world and beyond, that there was no greater joy than to love. Never mind the peaceful surrounding, the songs of nature, and the silent leaves falling into decay around the little house he made, the most important thing was the woman who had her head resting on his chest as he sat up, back pressed against the wooden walls. He lifted his right hand, waving it slowly before placing it on her long hair. The blonde that seemed like a cheap imitation of his. He smiled, she would slap him if she heard those words. But so often, Naruto found himself enjoying such peace when he wasn't training with Sasuke. Or parading with mischievous intentions. If someone told me that I would have such moments in life, I would have murdered that person for providing such blatant false prophecy, Naruto whispered with a dark chuckle. I didn't know you were that hopeless, Uzumaki. Ino replied, her eyes closed, with warmth in her tone. Ha ha ha. Naruto's chuckle was once again dark. Ino stirred slightly because of it. He never told Ino about Orochimaru. He didn't speak about it. But perhaps it was about time. He had warned both Karen and Sasuke to shut their traps about it in the presence of this girl he loved. He wasn't afraid. Perhaps more than anything, he was ashamed. Being branded the Kyuubi child and hated by almost everyone in Konoha wasn't the greatest tragedy of my life. In fact, there was a time I once thought that was better. At least I could ignore it if I chose, and there was someone who loved him. Ino lifted her head. She was trying by all means to appear excited. One thing she has learned about Naruto since joining him and Sasuke, was that he had secrets. Some things not even Sasuke knew. He pretended to be a harmless overpowered person, but reality was different. He was shockingly aware of everything around. He might pretend to be ignorant or just focus on the silly things for his amusement, but behind that mask, sat a silent silhouette Ino wanted to unmask. I've always wanted to ask. But I didn't want to push. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Since when do you consider some things off limits? You appear to be happy to walk into anything to satisfy your curiosity. Ino shrugged, pouted a little. Even I know there are limits, she exclaimed. Naruto stared at her unconvincingly. Like I said, I find that difficult to grasp. You ask anything you want. Ino stared at him and then released a long breath, returning to her former position. But this time, with eyes wide awake. Are you going to keep me waiting? Yes. I have decided against saying anything, Naruto said, his right hand sneaking to her right breast. He fondled her a bit, smiling as he did before she shook his hand away. I thought it would be more productive to fool around than rehash old stories. I'm not your toy. You don't say that when we fool around in the bed. In fact, you love playing with my toy so much. Ino jabbed him on the chest with her elbow. That was uncalled for. You deserved it. Naruto sighed and glanced up through the parted leaves. I'm glad you came with me, Ino. If I had known you were going to spend more time with your other girlfriend, I wouldn't have bothered. To this, Naruto laughed. He is needy, that one. Should make some clear boundaries. He has no respect for them. We should just get him a girl. Aren't you enough? Don't say things like that. You'll make me imagine corrupted things. Nothing you haven't thought of before. Besides, I find it infuriating that he stole your first kiss. Naruto felt a chill down his spine. Just at the memories. This joke had to be old already. He looked down, placed both hands on Ino's head and turned her around. He leaned in and captured her lips. A slow moment. Time passed as a snail. Everything around froze, her smooth lips brushing against his. Her warm breath pasting into his skin. When she tried opening his mouth with her tongue, he pulled away, smiling. You'll get me excited. And you'll have to fulfill me. You started it. Ino grinned. We are alone. We haven't done it outside, have we? Naruto looked around. I'm joking. Don't play like that, woman. I was already imaging things. Ino snorted. If you put up a barrier or zeroth the place, I might consider. You know, we could be right at it and that bastard would just walk in. Naruto laughed. She was talking about Sasuke. He seemed to have a bad timing. There were a handful of times he interrupted their quality time. Safe to say, Ino hasn't been thrilled at his unrepentant intrusion. I'm serious. Sometimes I even think he watches us. Don't make me think that. Naruto shut off all those thoughts. Jiraiya would most likely be the one to watch. Maybe even the Sandaime or Kakashi. They were all perverts. The Sannin was just shameless about it. Thinking of it, he laughed in a reminiscent tone. Can I do a barrier? I might just go away now for a mission with Sasuke. Ino frowned. Missions and training. The threats to her quality time with Naruto. They did missions. Secretive things. She knew they were gathering information. They did so in disguise. After all, nobody was supposed to know of their location. Do you have to? Yes. Naruto replied in a serious tone. I can't settle with the Akatsuki still on my tail. Don't you mean tails? Ha ha ha, Naruto laughed. I guess that's it for the barrier and some fun, he said. Either way, this has been fun. But we must talk about Konoha. Ino jerked with excitement. She pulled away from him, and then stared. Finally. While Ino enjoyed being around Naruto and traveling, she had missed her home. She missed the flower shop. She missed her mother. Even that forehead Sakura, and even hearing Kiba make some snide remark. Hell, she missed everything about Konoha. She had brought up the subject several times, but a huge stop sign that preceded a huge cliff welcomed her. It wasn't a no-entry zone, Naruto was just unshaking. Sasuke and I have gathered enough information and the Akatsuki has been moving. We are going to be busy and engaging in dangerous activities. It would be better if we were at Konoha. By we, Naruto meant Ino. Great, Ino mumbled. The excitement gone. She couldn't bear the thought of having to wait for a whole month while waiting for Naruto to return from a mission. Maybe when he returned, she too would be gone. It was no wonder many shinobi didn't have relationships. They just couldn't manage. And the bigger of a fish you were, the more assignments you received. And that came with the dangers. Ino was not naive. She had thought of this before. Nothing was merry-go in this treacherous world. Naruto was strong, but he was just a man. A mere mortal with flaws. She would worry for him. That was only natural. I hope we don't become that busy. I will be, Naruto said firmly. Sasuke and I have to hunt down members of the Akatsuki. This is for my survival and our future. Our future? There would be no future if he was dead. But there was just no running away from the situation. After all, Naruto was the one who was being hunted down by the Akatsuki. Even if he chose to sit back, he would be on the run, living in fear for the rest of his life or that of the Akatsuki. I hope you're careful. Aren't I always? Besides, Sasuke has my back. I'm a little jealous. Ino admitted with a pout. There was no denying that Sasuke trusted Naruto with his life, and so did Naruto. They were friends. It was an unconventional friend. But a friendship based on mutual understanding and perhaps greater purposes in life. You didn't even say what you wanted to say. I know there is some underlying issues and it has to do with Orochimaru, Ino said, staring at him with conviction. Yeah. There is that. Some deep issues that just refuse to go away, Naruto smiled sadly. It's a part that reveals the ugliness of the heart. Repulsive thoughts that I wish to hide. Ino scoffed. As if you behave like a saint. I thought I did. Maybe a little, Ino conceded. But I don't think anyone who spends close enough time with you would be able to tell just the kind of person you. Only what you want to show them. But my dearest, I am a shinobi. Deception is a fundamental rule that protects us. Ino folded her hands across her chest. You say things like that, but you live your life in the way you see fit, not according to those rules. In fact, you pretty much do whatever you want. Don't concern yourself about harmless things. The important thing is that you know me and I know you. And when sometimes I feel like I don't. Beat that naughty thought. I'm serious. Naruto just smiled, but before he could reply, he sensed movement and turned his eyes away from Ino. The Uchiha prince is here. Lovely, Ino said with sarcasm. As it should. I know you're just messing me with that one. More than anyone, you know how sarcasm sounds like? Do I? Naruto turned to face Sasuke. Not quite Madara. But a Sharingan that seemed to be forever active. Long hair, an expressionless mask that would make even Sai smile for no apparent reason. You saved me from interrogation, Sasuke. The Uchiha stared at Naruto and then glanced at Ino for a moment before going back to the blonde. Long hair, blonde hair that was trying to reach his shoulders. It was never tied, so it was all messy up in the head. Both cheeks were framed by the hair, his right side partly shielded. Naruto had grown. But so did he. It wasn't the most glaring part about him. No, whenever you graced his presence, you knew you stood before a person. Naruto crushed anyone with just a release of his chakra. Perhaps bandits were not the scale with which to judge, but even those ignorant brutes had fled, leaving their loot behind when the blonde had announced his presence. A little over 2 years ago, Sasuke would have been contemptuously envious, but he was not. Naruto had his weaknesses. So did he. What Sasuke was a little envious about was the relationship with Ino. A useless girl in his sense, and yet, she made Naruto happy. A happiness that was foreign to him. We need to move out, Sasuke said, getting straight to the point. Hello to you too, Sasuke. Naruto shook his head. I think I'm starting to see it. But maybe I should take him to a whorehouse. He will learn to loosen up once he has experienced the joys of life. You're not going there, Uzumaki. He can go on his own. Don't be like that. Boys must be boys. Go be a boy, and you will see. Now that is rather scary. Naruto stood up. He bent down and kissed Ino on the forehead. But wherever I go, you're the only one for me, he said warmly. We will talk about Konoha when I come back. But be prepared. So, he comes calling and you just walk away from me? Ino asked with a glare. Now, you know there is a mission, Naruto said, turning to Sasuke. See what you're doing? Why can't you go on your own? If you want to stay here and fool around, be my guest. He really needs a girlfriend, Ino said flatly. Maybe you should take him. How can you say something so treacherous? Do you think Sakura will be happy? Isn't she your friend? You're the one who suggested it, Ino shouted. Besides, she is going to be sad when I tell her how I was spending time with her beloved. Even feeding him after you'd hit him a little too hard. Sasuke twitched. It was only that time only. And don't tell anyone about it. Yes, Ino. It hurts his pride when you remind him of such humiliation. I will burn both of you with Amaterasu and see if you won't grovel to beg for mercy. Naruto faced Ino. See what you did? No, Ino shook her head. A shocked look across her face. I think he was making a joke. Pinch me. I must be dreaming. Naruto obliged. Ouch. What the hell? You said pinch me, Naruto exclaimed with an innocent look across his face. Don't go anywhere, he said quickly, changing the subject. Living and hiding like a criminal. Such a criminal situation. Worse, they were hiding from real criminals who roamed rampantly with the objective of obtaining the Holy Grail, the power of Baijuo. Naruto could confidently stand in front of any foe without worries. But mindlessly engaging into battle could lead to a fatal end. For him and Sasuke, the last 2 years were not merely for training but for obtaining valuable information that could make their lives much easier. Sasuke's presence now, and their current path, it just meant days of shifting through the shadows were over. They were going to run loose. Killing and destroying. Doing all things shinobi did. With a little bit of a moral compass. He glanced at Sasuke and then the silent path ahead. His friend was becoming a little like Itachi, stoic. Even as he tried to get the Uchiha to be fun, nothing worked. Then again, it would creep people out if he suddenly started laughing and making jokes. For Sasuke, this was the normal and Naruto had come to accept it. Still, he would never miss the chance of poking around. "You don't feel a little bit of jealousy seeing me and Ino fool around?" he inquired, his narrowed toward the dark-haired bastard. "Maybe a little," Sasuke shrugged. "But? I'm not you. I have experienced too many things in life." "So have I." "You're insane." Naruto laughed. "A pot calling the kettle black. I'm perfectly normal," says the brooding bastard. "Well, not so much anymore. But still. A miserable person who smiles rarely." Naruto paused, adopting a thoughtful look on his face. "Maybe Sakura will be good for you. She is the obedient type who'll do whatever you say. Unlike Ino or Karen." "Ha ha ha. Yes." Naruto smiled. "Everyone can be bent over, Sasuke. The important thing is knowing what makes them tick. How do they react to certain words? Once you figure out that much, wrapping them around your finger is easy." "I see why you discarded Shisui's eye. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. I learned that long time ago. Maybe it's something I picked from Orochimaru. But more importantly, I really wanted to understand people and why they do the things they do." He paused for a moment and then changed the subject. "Akatsuki?" "Yes. I got the location of Kisame." "Ah, your brother's former comrade. And a big fish." "Literally." Naruto replied. "Where?" "Lightning. Most likely heading toward or coming from Kumo. The Hachibi has yet to be taken. So that must be the target." Naruto frowned. The Akatsuki had moved far quicker than he would have thought. Even without the Sanbi, they had continued on. They captured some easy targets. And he could be next. "I guess I will have to look over my shoulder from now on. She has to go back to Konoha. We can't be dealing with the Akatsuki while you're busy fooling around. And she is not a fighter. A dead weight. Remarkably, much useless than Sakura. That's my girlfriend you're talking about. And I have a feeling you're attacking my standards." Sasuke shrugged. "I'm just surprised you chose a girl like that. She doesn't even try to claim to be any better. The heart chooses for you, Sasuke. Of course, I could have taken a logical decision. But sometimes, we must defy logic to be happier." "You still talk about that? What is more important than happiness? The scheming you do when everyone is not looking? I'm not that smart." "Yeah. You were not prepared to murder the feudal lord if you found that Danzo was controlling him and it couldn't be undone. A necessary measure, that one." Naruto thought before bursting out in laughter. "It's funny that I could have executed it. And even more. Well, at least things will be interesting when we go back to Konoha. For you. Are you going to be a recluse?" "No," Sasuke shrugged. "Once we have removed the Akatsuki, I can finally start thinking about reviving my clan. And shifting toward Hokage. I fear for that, knowing your reasons are not so noble." Sasuke shrugged. "I must protect the future of the Uchiha. It would be fine if you were there." "Maybe I will." Naruto replied in thought. "You're going to join Anbu?" "Yes. It's more suitable for me. And I move my own path. I don't want to move in the same direction as you. We will clash." Understandable. But I still cannot understand the reason behind eliminating every Uchiha." He shook his head. "Shinobi villages are entities that I may never fully understand. We are the same. But we can change how they operate, or at least Konoha. Indeed. That no more Uchiha massacres happen again. And no more Uzu invasions. But you still won't tell me if that is what you really desire." "In good time, Sasuke. In good time." Naruto replied. "So, are we going to bully Kisame or just efficiently get rid of him?" "Efficiency. I want to see how quickly we can get rid of someone that powerful," Sasuke said. Naruto frowned. "I would have preferred bullying him. I suppose we will make a stop toward Kiri afterwards." "Kanahagakur." "Hokage-sama." Inoiki greeted Tsunade in a quiet tone. For the past couple of months, he has dreaded this meeting. For reasons known to both of them. Tsunade held her hands, her back pressed against the chair. She ignored the whispers of the paperwork and focused on the Yamanaka in front of her. I don't need to tell you why I called you here. No. Inoiki shook his head. It had been a difficult decision to permit Ino to leave. He'd thought she'd been gone for a year. He hadn't been willing. But the wife twisted his hand. What neither expected was the way in which Naruto departed. Not even Tsunade had seen this one coming, or Shikaku, who'd been busy with the blonde. For some inexplicable reason, Naruto and Sasuke had seen it fit to execute Danzo, and that was after breaking him out of his jail. The man was due for a well-deserved public execution. Naruto made great contributions with both the Anbu commander and Shikaku in ensuring that there was smooth change in leadership. I cannot understate what he did for Konoha, even though it will never be publicly known that Danzo's humiliation was his grand scheme. But he has gone AWOL. Inoiki wouldn't agree with that. But that was not his call to make. As far as he was concerned, Naruto had made known of his desire to be away from the Leaf. It was the how that was never discussed. And you have been talking to your daughter. I know this much. Tsunade rubbed her temple. The mess Naruto left for her. And his disappearing act. Not even Jiraiya could keep track of him. She doesn't tell me anything about where she is. Her letters just arrive randomly and never on the same method. But you can contact her. Inoiki shook his head. She talks to me. Tsunade frowned deeply. She needed to get a message to Naruto. He was seen around. In different places even, but no one in Konoha has come across him. Frustratingly, he cut off the connection with the Toads. And her letters do not give any indication of their whereabouts? No. I see. The god I'm Hokage adopted a thoughtful look. You're dismissed. Unknown location. There was truly no haste in most the things Naruto did. Sasuke viewed this as being purposefully slow. He was certain, the only way to rush him was to inform him someone was on the verge of death. Yet, if he had the power to save them from the clutches of the death god, he'd not hurry either. Nothing was truly taken as a priority that demanded full focus. It was of this relaxed attitude that they found themselves lying low in a town not far from the cloud. Sasuke had no other choice but to tag along, yet still mindful that they had a criminal to kill. If he escapes from us, the blame will be on you. And you're acting as if you're not the one the Akatsuki is after. Naruto just shrugged. His back pressed against the rooftop, eyes staring at the partly clouds above. I would rather not get into the cloud. At this rate, they may reach the village. Kisame wasn't anywhere around. Which meant he had indeed gone into Kumo for the Hachibi. What is wrong with Kumo? Nothing. I just want to pause and think. He replied in a quiet tone. Neither of us expected the Akatsuki to be moving so quickly. At this rate, we have to move on the assumption that the Sanbi revived and they didn't waste time in getting it. And who is to blame for that? I should have taken another method. But removing the problem seemed like a good idea at the time. Naruto let loose of a long breath. Closing his eyes for a moment before continuing. But we know they have yet to get Iwa's Jinchuriki. That could be false. It isn't like Iwa will admit to losing its Jinchuriki when others still have theirs. Sasuke pointed out. Indeed. Power was everything in this world. And the Baijuu worked to balance things out. It was a system Hashirama created. Then again, he avoided the reality of Baijuu hunting. The 7 tails, and the 6 are gone. Those were the easy targets. 5 out of 9. We don't know if they have been exacted or not. But whatever the case, when we stop the Akatsuki, there is going to be another race to capture the Baijuu. Sasuke shook his head. This was a world drunk with power. Yet thirst for it at every corner. He knew truly well what that was like. The majority of his life had been spent hungrily yearning for it. And he had been willing to discard everything, including friends, and even sell his very soul to the devil. Not unless we take them. That'll just quickly start another war. The others will turn on Konoha. Naruto smiled. Even if that war would be hopeless. They do not have the might nor the Fuinjutsu skills to render Baijuu power useless. A war would be at their peril, but it doesn't mean they will stop. That is shinobi for you. We must come up with a plan, Naruto said in a serious tone. Well, we have time to consider things, he said, getting up. Shall we? Need you even ask? On Sasuke's signal, Naruto halted from his hop across tree branches. While dropping down, he glanced up at the branch he'd nearly stepped on. There was a swirling black vortex. A unique pattern as orange mask came into view and then the cloak of the Akatsuki. Immediately, he became on alert. Thankfully, Sasuke was a lot more mature. His Sharingan was working overtime in studying those spiraling movements. With this maturity, there was no need to worry about the Uchiha doing something stupid. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Obito started quietly, staring down at the two-leaf shinobi. At your service. Naruto replied with a slight bow, a smile on his lips. An unknown member of the Akatsuki. You were in communication with Itachi and he entrusted you with some of his tools. I highly doubt he never mentioned me. You're the man calling himself Uchiha Madara. The man who helped Itachi with the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke was glaring, but made no signal to attack. Obito only shifted his eye toward the Uchiha before turning his eyes toward Naruto. The blonde was supposed to be in possession of both Shisui's eyes. But he did not have those implants. Was he wasting that power? Obito could do with it. But perhaps in the eyes of Naruto, that was nothing compared to the power of Mokuton. The Uzumaki were truly gifted. Nagato used the Rinnegan as if it were his original eyes and Naruto wielded Mokuton effortlessly. Whether he could reach the heights of Hashirama was irrelevant. Only Madara would hold interest in seeing that. Obito was only interested in the Kyuubi within him. Why are you trying to stop us? My life is threatened here. Naruto replied. You are Uzumaki, you're likely to survive an extraction of the Kyuubi. Your mother survived it and since you only carry half of it, it is possible for you to survive, Obito said. I came here hoping we could talk for a little while. About? We have nothing to discuss with you. Sasuke was clearly in disagreement with Naruto. Obito ignored the Uchiha. His fellow Uchiha was nonetheless easy to read. His contempt and murderous intent were obvious. But Naruto was smiling. Yet, he may as well be staring at him in expressionless mask. There was nothing to read. No intent at all. We seek to create a perfect world where tragedies like Uchiha massacres and the destruction of Uzumaki clan will never happen again. With the power of all 9 Baijuu we can create a world, in which both of you can live with your parents, Obito stated firmly. A world where you will not suffer. Naruto reacted by laughing. A perfect world. In reality there is no such thing. Only a child believes in such fantasies. People are cruel. The world is unpleasant. People love and hate. Suffer, inflict pain and learn to care. That is being human. Flawed creatures who repeat the same mistakes again and again. Naruto spoke in a hardened tone, his chakra leaking. Perfection does not exist and will not exist. Despite everything, Obito was impressed by the output of Naruto's chakra. If he was the one wielding the Rinnegan, he'd be impossible to beat as Nagato was, if you didn't know his secrets. Talking to these two didn't seem like it was going to gain him anything. Not that he had any hopes. He could not make a threat of losing everything. Sasuke had lost everything. And Naruto had nothing. Struggle. Fight us. But you'll realize your efforts will amount to nothing. He started disappearing. We will get the Kyuubi. Once Obito was gone, Naruto walked over to a tree, placed his hand on the trunk and then it exploded. It was just a release of excess chakra. After a moment, he straightened up and then released a long breath before glancing at Sasuke. The Uchiha looked amused. Wipe that smirk off your face. It doesn't suit you. It isn't often that I get to see you riled up, the Uchiha said with a shrug. Especially in this situation. Shouldn't I be the one breaking things? Naruto was silent for a couple of moments before glancing up. Perhaps. That man was part of the Uchiha massacre. But I have a reason to hate him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. That man is one that extracted the Kyuubi from my mother the day I was born. It is not a detail that many know. Not even Danzo knows exactly what happened. But for someone who is outside of Konoha to know this much and that I hold half of the Kyuubi, it leads to one conclusion. Seems far-fetched. Not at all, my friend. Naruto replied, starting to walk toward their destination. The Baijuu inside of me recognizes that chakra. And it is not the chakra of Madara. One thing I know about the Kyuubi is that the only person it hates more than anyone, is the infamous Uchiha. And generally, all Uchiha, including you. He smiled. There are days it even tries to encourage me to stab you in the back. You seem to have developed a good relationship with the Kyuubi. Naruto shrugged. Not at all. I just coerced it into providing me information I knew it was hiding. After all, as a Jinchuriki, I know firsthand that Baijuwu is not just a beast of mass chakra, but an intelligent being that has lived longer than any human alive at this time, dating back to the times of the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke shrugged. Are you sure he is not Madara? Well, we are sure he is Uchiha and was involved in the tragedies of our lives. The important thing is that we must murder him, Naruto said in a firm tone. People will think you're insane if you say things like that with a smile. But I am insane, Naruto smiled. What did you make of his jutsu? Space/time, eh? Yes. Strangely, it is like that of Kakashi-sensei. Ah, for Sasuke, Kakashi was indeed his sensei. After all, the Jonin trained him. And if Naruto could add, very expertly. I thought each Mangekyo had its own special abilities depending on the user aside from the normal abilities. Yes. I will ask him about it when we return to Konoha. There is word from Kiri that the Yondaime Mizukage was being controlled by someone. He was crazy, but people say that he was being controlled. The Sharingan can do that with Genjutsu, which you seem to be lacking. I don't need it. Sasuke shrugged. Besides, we have Shisui's eyes. He glanced at Naruto. Where are you hiding those eyes? Karen won't tell me. Who knows? Maybe they are in my body. You know my eyes can see chakra, right? Naruto shrugged. You know I can use Fuinjutsu, right? I can see those marks in your body. But, it is only what you are allowed to see, Sasuke-chan. Fuinjutsu is able to seal off anything. So, if there is a seal on the palm of my hand, that has something in it, but not visible unless activated, you wouldn't be able to see anything, nor the Byakugan. Karen had a deep frown on her lips. A persistent person was following her. Even if she hid, he just kept on her. For a week, she had been dodging and ducking him. But no more. If she was faster, she would have been able to dodge him. But she didn't train. Neither did she have the stamina or appetite to keep running. In fact, she was annoyed more than anything. When the person finally appeared in front of her, she stared hard and then sighed. Can't you just leave me alone? I'm surprised you're not with them, Jiraiya said to Karen. He then narrowed his eyes. You're a censor, aren't you? What gave me away? It is obvious. I also knew an Uzumaki who was also a censor. He shook his head, clearing the image of Nagato. Where is Naruto? I don't know. Karen replied with a shrug. She didn't even want to know. Those two were work. Only if Sasuke was around, then, yes. But when Naruto was with him, he only focused on his friend. Besides, she was saving herself from being forced to train. Naruto had already forced her to manifest chakra chains. And he did so in brutal fashion. She hated the bastard for it. In fact, if he got crippled in his battles with the Akatsuki, she would bully him. They move around. A lot. I know. I've been following their trail. Why are you alone? I ran away. When Naruto feels bored, he likes to turn his attention to me instead of focusing on his girlfriend, Karen exclaimed in anger. Jiraiya sighed. A typical Uzumaki. It felt like he was speaking to a younger Kushina. When did you last see them? 7 months ago. That long? Jiraiya frowned. What was Naruto doing to you? Making me Uzumaki. Chakra chains and Fuinjutsu. She had no interest in the latter. Chakra chains gave her a good defense and attack when needed. She could protect herself. As long as she could do the barrier. Jiraiya was interested in that. But that wasn't the important thing here. Can we go back to Konoha? Sure, why not? They should also be thinking about returning soon. And I get to hide from that damn Kabuto. Jiraiya just shook his head. But he was surprised Kabuto was still alive. What do you mean they should be heading back? It was never the intention to be away for long. That doesn't explain why they left without a word and why they never bothered to even say anything. Naruto said it was unnecessary. And he may have been trying to see just how much Konoha trusts him, Karen said with a shrug. I could be wrong. Who knows what goes inside his head? The good thing was that they would return. No, that was never in doubt. The problem was their silence. Sasuke, he could understand. The Uchiha had no friends. But Naruto was a social person. No, he hadn't been very social. Maybe it was something he gained from spending time alone in Uzushiogakure. I see, Jiraiya breathed. At least they were fine. You want to tell me what is happening in Uzushio? That is my home. I'm going live there while doing some research. Naruto said it would be his vacation home. He has no interest in leaving Konoha? Karen laughed. The Sannin was really afraid that Naruto would leave Konoha. But that wasn't out of the question either. It was possible that Naruto wouldn't live the rest of his life in the Leaf. She wasn't going to say, but there was really nothing holding him there. Maybe aside from his motives. If he had any. You needn't worry about that. If Naruto wanted to leave Konoha, he'd have done that already and Sasuke would have followed. They'd start their own village, Karen said confidently. And with their power, it would grow easily. They would get in trouble with other hidden nations. Indeed. But completely destroying a great nation is possible for Naruto. Even without the Kyuubi. He has a jutsu for that, Karen shook her head. Naruto was truly an individual who was corrupted. Even his chakra was corrupted by that of the Kyuubi. Jiraiya wasn't too pleased to hear that. And why was even Karen telling him that much? Aren't you afraid you're telling secrets? I tell no secrets. Naruto doesn't hide his jutsu. Hello Kisame-san. Naruto greeted with a wide smile, waving his right hand casually. Kisame stopped walking, narrowed his eyes a bit. The Kyuubi brat and Itachi's younger brother. He had been warned they would come for him. But he didn't think they would come while he was running away from the wreckage. This wasn't so bad, maybe he could have some fun. The former Kirinin brought out his sharp teeth. I didn't think my former target would come before me. Former? You were my assignment before Itachi departed the world of the living, the Akatsuki member replied casually. I see. I see. Naruto nodded twice. Well, then, I want to test out a couple of things and then we take your head. But I really just wanted to bully you. Kisame laughed. Yet there was something in the blonde's eyes that told him that he wasn't joking around. Itachi had stated before that he was not sure both would be enough to catch the blonde. He always thought it was his former partner giving his respect to a strong shinobi. Looking at him, it was apparent, the blonde was no brat. In fact, his mere presence caused his skin to tighten. He could feel the words died in his throat. Small gusts of wind slapped across his face and the blonde was suddenly in front of him. Fast. Deadly fast. What the hell are you doing, Naruto? What? We agreed we would deal with him quickly. We will. Besides, can't you see? He is running. He mostly likely is being pursued by Kumo shinobi. That doesn't matter. Damn brat, Kisame thought mildly. Even though he had caught him by surprise, he wasn't making any moves. Had he attacked him then, he would have surely landed a hit. But now he even dared to look the other way as if he wasn't in front of him. He felt disrespected by this mocking. Kisame grabbed Samaheda and in a quick swing, launched the sentient sword across Naruto's head. The sword only hit the air as the blonde disappeared once more, out of thin air and away from his raider. Kisame grinned. He was impressed. The blonde hadn't been looking at him. And that was no ordinary speed. There was a technique he used to escape his sword. Standing where he'd been standing a moment ago, Naruto faced Sasuke. You're really no fun. Can't we play around a little? You're the one who told me you didn't need pointless battles against weaker opponents. It's pointless, Naruto stated firmly. I don't like bullying the weak. But give me a minute. That is all. I just want to check how well I move, he said, taking giant steps toward Kisame. Here we go, Kisame-san. And then, he was suddenly gone. Kisame twisted around while waving his huge sword effortlessly as he sensed the blonde behind him. But once more, his sword hit the empty space the blonde had once occupied. Naruto landed behind Kisame silently and held out his right hand. He quickly formed a Rasengan and took a step forward before the Akatsuki man could even turn around. He tried slamming the jutsu into the back of the man, but Kisame jumped away, avoiding the blow to the back. Not fast enough, eh? Naruto asked himself. Another approach then. Without warning, he lunged toward Kisame. The man reacted to his lunge by taking a step forward, swinging his sword horizontally. Naruto hit the brakes, while holding out his right hand. The swing was just inches away his left shoulder before he ducked under, and watched the giggling sword zip just above him. Kisame's eyes narrowed when he felt something. His eyes narrowed toward the blonde's right hand, while still in swing. The blonde was holding a sword. It then suddenly stretched, surprising him. It was stretching toward his throat. going straight for the kill. Was he baited to make the attack? He couldn't move freely because of the attack. Kisame shifted as best as he could to the right, bending his neck in ways he never thought possible. The sword grazed the side of his neck. He didn't mind the pain. He lifted his right foot and then tried to kick the blonde on his gut. A buzz of electricity and Kisame tensed. He'd been so focused on Naruto, he forgot about the damn Uchiha. In a flashy move, the Uchiha's blade cut through his leg around the knee in blinding speed. He didn't even feel a thing when the sword cut him. When pain hit him on his right shoulder, Kisame glanced at it. There was a sword sticking out, blood dripping slowly. He glanced down. There was no sign of Naruto. Genjutsu? He asked, glancing behind to see Naruto. But not from me, Naruto replied, he said, pointing at Sasuke. The damn Uchiha snuck in, he said, shaking his head. I just showed you what is going to happen in the next 10 seconds, Sasuke said, a bit arrogantly, with his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning hypnotically. Kisame found it amusing. You're getting involved. Has the minute passed already? Naruto asked, pulling the sword of Kusanagi from Kisame's shoulder. I didn't have the patience. I see, Naruto replied, clapping his hands. Mokuton, wooden encasement. Kisame was on alert when wooden pillars sprouted from the ground, all around him. They had marks, written explode on them. He didn't wait to become trapped inside to see what was going to happen to him. He leapt into the air, to avoid being caught. The jutsu stopped the moment he jumped. Watching Kisame jump, Sasuke focused on the Akatsuki man. Amaterasu. The jet black flames ignited around Kisame's upper body. Kisame didn't cry. But the immense heat that pummeled his body and forced him drop Saimata. He knew there was nothing he could do to extinguish the flames. After all, he'd seen them from Itachi. But the moment his feet crashed to the ground, he clapped his hands. Suten, water prison. He did the jutsu on himself, encasing himself in a bubble of water. But it did not help. The fire kept burning, now eating into his flesh. Was this his E? The thought was cut off when a lightning spear pierced through the bubble and then his throat. The water burst, he dropped to his knee. To his relief, the black flame suddenly disappeared. Although burnt badly, Kisame tried to reach out to his sword to absorb his chakra, but a foot stomped onto his right hand. And then everything went upside down. When I said quick, I didn't mean it like that, Naruto said, glaring at Sasuke. Casting Amaterasu is cheating. You're out once you get hit, and avoiding the flames is an impossibility for 99% of the time. Sasuke shrugged. This was his ace. The one jutsu he could always rely on when he was out of moves. What bothered him was that he's shown it too many times to Naruto that the blonde developed a Fuinjutsu to negate the flames, but of course, with a bit of suffering. Even I can sense the presence of those coming, the Uchiha said in a firm tone. We need to move. Needless. They most likely have a sensory type of shinobi with them. Besides, we didn't expend that much chakra to be worried about fighting, Naruto replied nonchalantly, sealing Kisame's head in a scroll. We are not the same, Sasuke stressed those words. Indeed. But things would be less interesting if we were the same, he said. He tried picking up Samaheda, but the sword spiked him, causing him to drop it. Ah, it doesn't like me. Maybe it sees that you are rotten and not the saint you portray yourself to be. Good one, Sasuke, Naruto replied with a laugh. I'll just seal it away without touching it. I think it will make a good gift to Kirigakure. Yours giving that away? Of course. I have no use for it. And it does belong to Kiri. Naruto replied with shrug, turning his eyes toward the direction of Kumagakure. Within a second, 3 figures landed a good distance away from them. Naruto jumped toward Sasuke, standing on the Uchiha's right side. The Raikage and a man named Daru. The other one Naruto didn't know. Raikage-sama. He greeted the Yondaime Raikage with respect. I stared at both Naruto and Sasuke and then Kisame, or what remained of him. It didn't look like a battle had occurred, and yet, Kisame lay there, at least what remained of him. The two had certainly taken out the Akatsuki member. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, the Raikage said calmly. He should not forget, these two had subdued Sunagakure. It was a weak village, but they had done it, and that had been 2 years ago. They were surely far stronger now. And would be good additions to his village. You two handled this quickly, the Raikage acknowledged. We apologize, but he didn't have that much in him, Naruto said in a casual tone. And so, we just cut him up. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. His friend was saying those words on purpose and his posture was meant to express some thought. Without Amaterasu, things wouldn't have been that simple. But it didn't mean Kisame would have had a better chance. Far from it. Sasuke was going to admit to anyone who deserved to know. Naruto was a monster. Those were the thoughts he had as he looked at the blonde. He was even purposefully leaking his chakra and he was sure the Raikage could feel it. He'd thought B was a monster in terms of chakra, but he was nothing compared to that person. It was wrong for a human to have that much chakra and still be holding in more in the form of the Nine Tails. This was really wrong. That man tried to kidnap my brother. I demand his head. That isn't possible, Raikage-sama. Naruto's whole mood changed. A stern look settled across his face. Not possible? I asked calmly. You refuse? Yes. You can have the rest of his body, but we are keeping his head. We killed him. See, I ordered the censor. You two have been away from Konoha for 2 years, and although Konoha's position is that you were permitted to leave for training, the village is looking for you. And? Come with me. Kumo will welcome you with open arms. Naruto laughed at this. Same way you tried to welcome my mother and little Hinata. Kumo's thirst for power truly is unmatched. You try to steal from others and Iwa destroys whatever it feels threatens it. And here you are, running after a criminal because he attempted to steal your brother. The organization has already stolen from you. I narrowed his eyes dangerously. He was not ashamed of looking out for his village. He was the Raikage after all. You should be careful, Sasuke said to A. The Akatsuki has more powerful shinobi. They will come again for the Hachibi. If you two can handle one of their member like this, then they can't be that powerful. Careful that you do not stumble in your arrogance, Raikage-sama, Naruto said, turning away from the Kumo group. The Akatsuki is dangerous. You will know soon enough. We think they have 4 or 5 Baiju in their possession. You will do well not to underestimate them. That was interesting, Sasuke said as the two slowly took the direction of the sound. I think no. It is only natural for anyone to think of such an action. Besides, the Raikage does love bloodlines. Naruto replied with a shrug of his shoulders. We already have a problem with him. He is going to be the first one to go hunt for Baiju once the Akatsuki is removed from the picture. Indeed, Naruto nodded. He felt some discomfort over this situation. But there was no fleeing from it. He had to ram into it on full throttle, otherwise, he would make up the numbers. For him, his future and the desires of his heart, he could not afford to blink. The Akatsuki had to be removed, even if it caused a problem. There was simplicity in hiding. The world was huge after all. But he would not tuck his 9 tails and flee. Any action from us will be deemed as the action of Konoha and they'll think Konoha is trying to get more power. Naruto shook his head. The greed of shinobi was repulsive. What may work on our favor is that if Gaara's information is right and the QB isn't selling me stories, then they seal them off in order from 1. It is likely the Jinchuriki of 6 and 7 tails are still alive. That is if they aren't making a move on Iwa Jinchuriki. Speaking to Aniki is pointless. He isn't going to listen to us and we can't go act as guards for those 2. We just need to track the others then remove them, Naruto explained. And get a little bit of money. I may not even do unnecessary missions after this and you'll get funds to get things ready for little Uchiha brats. Sasuke shook his head. You've been that interested in money. Money is power, Sasuke. You have money, you control people and nations. How do you think Gato was able to nearly control the wave? How did the wave even protect itself? It was money. The feudal lords keep reign on hidden villages even though the latter hold all the military power because they have money. Just pieces of paper had that much value. Sometimes, it surprised Sasuke just how much Naruto knew and understood about how things worked in this world. The entire structure and the system of shinobi. The work of the 5 cage. Everything, Naruto had that information, and yet, never seemed like he wanted to apply it. But we'll never have that kind of money. Indeed. Which is why our power has to be used to good effect, Naruto smiled. I hope not to induce fear, he said. We'll meet in a week for Kiri. You going somewhere? Kabuto. It is time I paid him a visit. I hear he has been living quite nicely without me hovering above him, Naruto replied. Sasuke glanced at him and then spoke. I was wondering what you were planning on doing since I knew you were keeping tabs on him. Just to make sure he doesn't run away. Naruto answered. I should be done in a week. Where do we meet? Kiri. Are you telling me to make arrangements to get there? There are ships that go there. Just be there in 9 days. You'll know if I'm there or not. What are you really investigating, Sasuke? Your movements and anything that might bring threat to my clan. We might think the Akatsuki is the only real danger, but we could be wrong. I just want to make sure that there are no more surprises, and there is a lot about the Akatsuki that we do not know. How was it formed? If that man is not Madara, who is he? Who is the Rinnegan user? Naruto shook his head. Be a good officer and bring results, the blonde said before jumping to a tree branch. I have a reptile to skin. Be careful that you don't end up turning on the wrong side of things. It was actually laughable that Naruto was hearing such words of caution from the person who'd once thought caution was negligible concept. Yet, he couldn't simply dismiss the warning as being silly simply because it was coming from the father of arrogance. Recklessness led to the exposure of mortality. Caution, though slowed things down, ensured you did not step on a snake's tail. Some of those creatures were harmless pets and some were nervous little devils that could strike with venom and lead one to the cold embrace of death. You were heard, Sasuke. He smiled. But what do you think I've been doing over the years? You have him at your palm then, Sasuke said flatly. You're going to tell me what you did with Shisui's eyes. Naruto nearly jumped from the rooftop of a building when he sensed movement. Behind him, something black as the starless night shifted. His eyes narrowed sharply at this presence, his guard up that had it been an assassin, he would have abandoned mission already. But the stood motionlessly for a couple of seconds before shifting back into the darkness. Naruto did not move nor did he utter a single word. I thought I had you, Black Zetsu said in a slow tone. Who are you? Who I am is not important. But I have some questions for you. I would have preferred to find out by taking over your body. He had to make other plans since Obito was misbehaving and had no intention of reviving Madara. If Madara couldn't be revived by the Rinnegan, then all was lost. Which was why there was this plan. Naruto still didn't move. There had been a deliberate attempt. This thing was not bluffing. Every inch of his body had gone mad for a second. Normally, he would have just turned around to stop whoever was sneaking behind, but this was mad. He felt if he'd done so, it would have been the end of him. What do you want? You don't put much thought into your ability to wield Mokuton. Kabuto has stated that your power is your own and not the result of Orochimaru's experiments. You have internally debated this but thought it was irrelevant, Black Zetsu started explaining. But why do you think Orochimaru chose you? Naruto frowned. Reasons were there. And they made sense. Not that he bothered to torment himself over such issues. But this thing was bringing in an element that made him twitch with nervousness. Orochimaru was convinced to see you as an option. And I'm the one who planted the idea of creating the Sage of Six Paths. For years, I have watched the reincarnations of Hagoromo's sons. When you came along, as Ashura's reincarnation, I thought it would be best to corrupt you by combining Ashura's chakra with that of Indra. You possess the powers of Uchiha and Senju. The body of Uzumaki. The complete body of Hagoromo. Yet, why have you not awakened the Rinnegan? Considering that your experiments were done when you were younger, you should have awakened it by now. Naruto held out his right hand. Hagoromo must be the Sage of Six Paths. This thing knew the sage. It must have been alive for a long time. So, indeed, the Rinnegan was what came after the Sharingan. But it was only possible to those who held the power of Senju and Uchiha. Orochimaru had tried to recreate this. But it did not explain how come there was a member of the Akatsuki who had the eyes. No, there was no telling that the same process couldn't have been repeated. This thing seemed sure that the Rinnegan should have awakened. For what reason do you want the Rinnegan? I was sure you dismissed the Sharingan because you had awakened the Rinnegan. After all, you process both eyes of Shisui. You should be able to use it normally like an Uchiha. But you dismissed it. No normal person would dismiss that power unless there is something even greater, Black Zetsu continued without responding to Naruto's question. Whether you hide it or have not awakened it, I will eventually find out the truth. And just like that, he was gone. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.